Definitely.
All right.
Good to see you.
Welcome back.
You know what it was I came to talk about?
All righty, all good? Already? Okay, I'd like to welcome us all out to our board meeting tonight on May 8th. We are going to start with Jen, a roll call
Carnation.
here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Bill Adams.
Here.
Student Board Member Natalie Valdez.
Here.
Student Board Member Rebecca Herman.
Here.
All right, thank you. We're going to have our flag salute led by me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. 2.3, report out of closed session. Jeremy, is there?
There's not a report out of closed session. We will discuss Windsor Creek when it's agendized. I think it's 2.8. Is that right?
5.8.
5.8. I apologize. 5.8, and then we'll discuss what we discussed in closed session.
All good. Very good. Thank you. All righty. 3.1, are there any adjustments to the agenda from anybody? Oh, you're right. 100%. Yep, I'm gonna have to go backward. We're gonna have to go backwards. Sorry, I went right to the skipping where it said 6 PM. We have to go back. Sorry. We need to go back to closed session item 1.5. Consideration of readmission case number 091025.1. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we grant the student's request for readmission.
All right, can we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? All righty, so that passes to the student?
No.
No, I didn't think so on this one. All right, and then that passes. 1.6, consideration of student readmission case number 091625. I would like to make a motion that we approve this readmission as of June the 8th, would be when it would take effect.
I'll second.
All righty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All righty. 1.6 passes. 1.7, consideration of readmission case number 010926. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to readmit.
All right.
Second?
And that's by Bill and Stephanie. All righty. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All righty. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Sorry about that little detour. And now we will go back to item number 3.1, adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments from anybody? Nope. All righty. Moving on to 3.2, the moment we've been waiting for. Celebration of success, retirees, Director of HR, Pete Sullivan.
That was nice. You can keep that going. Hi, everybody. Welcome. So good evening, and thank you all so much for being here. Tonight, we get to celebrate our classified and certificated staff members and all of their contributions that they have made over the years to the Windsor Unified School District. Let's give them a hand. As we celebrate the sunsets of long, meaningful careers and the summits still ahead, we recognize that retirement brings the opportunity to slow down, to relax, and I'm going to give you a little insider here. Retirees. The start of the year is in January, not August. So Gregorian calendar, there you go. Tonight is an opportunity to reflect, to celebrate, and to thank our retirees for the countless ways they have supported our district and community over the years. We're going to roll through a slideshow, not really a slide, and thank you, Heather Bailey, our communications coordinator, for putting this all together, and thank you for my team for actually doing all the hard work of putting everything else together, and the maintenance department for making it look pretty tonight. So we're going to let this roll, and then after this rolls, we'll turn off the music, we'll let it to continue to roll, and then we'll invite up administrators to come speak on the behalf of those who are retiring. So let's let it go. There should be inspiring music. Imagine it right now. And just like that, you're not retiring anymore. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody.
All right.
Been a change.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we need some happy trails impromptu?
Well, no, but we're not doing that to you again. We're not.
That was Bill. That was Bill doing the clunking. He's got hidden talent. All right.
So the theme is Holiday Roads. Has anybody seen? Okay, good. All right, you're catching. That's the family truckster right there. For those of you who remember, it's good stuff.
Griswolds?
Yeah, the Griswold family. Holiday Roads in the background. Now you're feeling it. There you go. Yeah. That's what it's supposed to sound like.
That's very cute.
What's that?
Phone to the mic.
I could. Well, we might. I'm going to give Ryan another shot, I think. I don't know.
We can sing.
We're just going to roll. All right. We're just going to roll with it. So, Holiday Roads. And we actually mixed it up. There's some other songs in there, but here we go. Yes, that's right. You got it on. Stand up. I mean, there it is. Yes. Mickey. Should have put Shannon on a bike, though, right? We agree on that? What'd I say, Paul? Huh? You're looking good in that. That's right, you got it on. Stand up. I mean, there it is. Yes. Nikki. Oh, good. Yay! Should have put Shannon on a bike, though, right? We agree on that? This is good. What'd I say, Paul? I'm not in charge of technology. Looking good in that. It's not me. Stand up. I mean, there it is. Yes. Nikki. Oh, good. Yay! That's a perfect quote for Joan. Should have put Shannon on a bike, though, right? We agree on that? I'm telling you. No, it's good. This is. What'd I say, Paul? I'm not in charge of technology. Good in that. It's not me. Stand up. And there it is. Yes. Nikki. Oh, good. Yay. That's a perfect quote for Joan. Should have put Shannon on a bike, though, right? We agree on that? I'm telling you. Did you do this, Jeremy? What'd I say, Paul? I'm not in charge of technology. Good in that. It's not me. Stand up. And there it is. Yes. Nikki. All right. Now you'll probably hear this several more times, but that's okay. Oh, good. So I am going to. Yay. Can we kill the sound? I think I'm the only one in the room who likes to hear me, so no one else wants to hear this. Perfect. All right. So Heather Christensen, please come on up.
Bring Shannon up or?
Yes, you're gonna welcome.
There, I'm here to honor Shannon Johnson. Come on up.
Can we turn the volume up just a little bit in the control room on this mic in the front? That one, we can't hear it very well.
Is this better? No? Yeah? Okay. All right. So we're taking as all the opportunities to honor Shannon. So she was our Teacher of the Year for Rotary this year. She was recognized recently at a Big Picture Learning Regional Gathering that we were at. We are going to have a party for her. But I'm just going to say a quick word. So Shannon, thank you for your 21 years of dedicated service to Windsor Unified School District and all of our students. Over the years, you've shaped countless lives through your commitment, care, and individualized learning for your students. Your impact goes far beyond your room. You've built relationships, inspired growth, and created a lasting legacy within our community. We are grateful for the difference you've made. Wishing you all the best in this well-earned next chapter. Congratulations on your retirement. Oh, sweet.
You're welcome. And next up, Danielle Buckford from the high school. Come on up, Danielle. And so everybody knows we try to do adventure themes here in Windsor. So each retiree is getting a backpack. They have a camping blanket. There is a parks pass for the year and a book. It's called Stairway Hikes of San Francisco, so they can go see all the cool stuff that lives just down the road from us.
All right, so first on my list is Mickey Cavallo, but I think I saw her ripping out of here in her Mustang. So I don't know if she's here with us anymore. Mickey, am I missing you? No. Okay, I'll share a couple of things that our staff said about Mickey, and just to thank her for all her work. You're an amazing team player who always offers the best to your students. You see the light in all of them. I'm going to miss you. You are always so kind and helpful, supporting the students in the Workability program, always creating focus on students' growth and transitions. Thank you for always advocating for your students' needs. So Mickey Cavallo is one of our special ed teachers, and she did an amazing service in the SPED department, supporting those kiddos and always creating that safe space for our students. So congratulations to Mickey. I wish she was here, but we can still celebrate her. All right, next I have Mr. Gene Sanduina. I'm going to make you come up here, Mr. Sanduina. Don't do it. You have to keep it together, because otherwise I'm not going to keep it together. All right, so when I started 12 years ago, Gene and I were K-Quad buddies. And actually driving over here, I was thinking about what you always say whenever you see me. What up, Buck? And I'm going to miss that a lot. I want to share a few words from our colleagues, if that's okay. Memories of lunch ladies trying to get you to be our prom date and you running away. Yep. Gene Sanduina has a deeper impact on students than most of us. His concern for their well-being extends far beyond the care he shows in his one-on-one interactions. He has worked to build the health curriculum from scratch so that all students will have a chance to be seen, heard, and to work through their struggles. He's reached students from all corners of the community with a sense of humor, sincerity, and good humor. He will be sorely missed. You still keeping it together? Okay, good. I'm going to keep going. Gene, one of a kind. Gosh, you have brought so much to the students here at Windsor High School. Your patience, understanding, and unique way to make every student feel welcome and comfortable during uncomfortable conversations in lessons. Gonna miss chatting with you about amazing subjects. Amazingly passionate and dedicated teacher who always kept it real and made a safe space for all. A true teacher that made deep and lasting connections with students. I am sure there are countless lives you have changed for the better. And I'll leave it at that one. We will miss you.
There are a couple of students who
Come back.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Avery. I'd love to keep it short and sweet, but there's nothing short about what I'm about to say. Sorry. My name is Avery, and Sanduina was my health and restorative practices teacher. But more importantly, he was an extremely influential mentor, and he taught me that the best things in life often don't come from a lesson. Gene Sanduina's health class was engaging and always deeply personal. Each unit put students in a position to reflect internally when answering every journal prompt, assignment, and discussion. Sanduina held space for each and every student to get to know themselves better. He showed us that anyone could become a teacher, but it takes a special soul to become a role model. His health course was different from any other course on campus because Sanduina was the one teaching it. Sanduina taught all of us that the way that each and every one of us thinks is valuable. Every class encouraged students to observe what their own ideals, opinions, beliefs, and boundaries were. And through his actions, he showed us what it looked like to articulate them. One of the most important lessons that he ever taught me was that people learn best when a value that they believe is important to them is modeled right in front of them. It is impossible to intentionally teach that, as that is a lesson that comes from the heart. At an age where my worldview was extremely impressionable, Sanduina taught me what it meant to be mindful. He is patient, selfless, and kind. He handled each classroom with mindfulness, love, and acceptance. He told me once that how you do anything is how you do everything. And at first, I didn't understand it, but the longer I sat with it, the more I realized that that phrase embodies exactly who Sanduina is. Sanduina loved every student that walked through his door, whether it was for a class, a club, or in many times my case, a real conversation and a hug. Sanduina was also the restorative practices teacher, or the circle keepers teacher at Windsor High School. This course was founded with the intent to empower students to improve the community culture of their own school. Along with Grace Curtin, Sanduina poured his time, energy, and love into this class. Sanduina and Grace's Circle Keepers class consistently produces individuals who have a profound sense of self, individuals who have mastered intangible skills like deep thinking, constructive criticism, and how to work in teams with peers from all walks of life. Through real-world practice, we studied public speaking, classroom management, setting boundaries, and most importantly, we grew into the people that Sanduina knew we could be. There's a saying that goes, if you treat an individual as they are, they will remain as is. But when you treat them as what they could be, they will become all that they can be. Sanduina made a choice and treated every student as what we could be. It made a noticeable difference in how we viewed ourselves. As someone who had Sanduina for 2 different years, I can tell you that when I ended each course, I could feel that I had grown. Sanduina taught me that it is imperative to appreciate every moment, and that doesn't mean that we avoid the bad ones or the hard ones. It means that we appreciate the impact and what every moment does to us and how it makes us feel. Every time I take 2 minutes or give the kids a journal prompt, I will think of Sanduina. Every time I make a choice to be curious, to be kind, to live to represent my values, I will think of Sandwina. And I will think back to the years where Sandwina's guidance was one of the few great influences that I had. I graduated from Windsor High School in 2025, and in the grand scheme of things, I had Sandwina at the tail end of his career. But while I'm up here, I would like to acknowledge the thousands upon thousands of students that Sandwina has taught at Windsor, and the thousands of other kids that he has been working with since his youth. These are no longer just kids that went to class. These are now adults that make impacts on the world. They say the only people who never truly retire are artists and musicians, but I think that we can add Sandwina to the list. Although this is the end of a monumental era, I have no doubt that he will continue to influence the lives of those around him forever. To Sandwina, when you think of us, the students, please know that as we continue to learn and grow, you were the foundation. The person that you are and the impact that you had on every single student will never be forgotten. On the contrary, the thousands of people that you taught how to be will carry your kindness in their hearts forever.
All right, next I would like to honor Mr. Jeff Brandt. Come on up. All right. So Prof. Brandt has been an inspiration to me for many decades now. His passion and expertise in Spanish and language are outstanding. Above all, he is a very nice person, a caring father and husband. Another colleague said, I have so many wonderful memories of Jeff. He helped shape the teacher I am today. He was so supportive and eager to help me with anything I needed. My best memories were him walking through my room most mornings to get to his class just to say good morning to me. He was my mentor, my shoulder to lean on, and my best friend at work. I miss his positive presence every day. That's from Tammy. From going to high school with Jeff in San Rafael to running into him in Sevilla, Spain, and all the years at WHS in between, I have honestly admired him as a sincere colleague in person. I will miss his frank opinions on any subject we discuss. Thank you, Jeff, for all of your years at Windsor High School. All right, Mr. Kinnunen, come on down. How are we doing, Paul?
Good.
Doing good? Yeah. All right. PK, always willing to help a fellow teacher with whatever was needed and had a smile on his face while doing it. 100% agree with that. I know Paul as Mr. K or Kinnunen because I was in his video bulletin class during my time at Windsor High School as a student. He has always been one of my favorite teachers because of his calm demeanor, teaching style, and level of support offered. I struggled at times due to personal responsibilities that many of my peers did not experience or understand. He never made me feel like a failure during these challenging times. He instead was patient, flexible, and always cheered me on. He also had a great sense of humor. He even assisted in providing me with essential materials to utilize for my senior project and offered time during my free block to come in and help edit that project. He was especially kind and forgiving when one of the cameras was stolen by a fellow student on campus. Didn't hear about that. He gave no harsh criticism, instead offering grace and another camera to finish my project. Kinnunen helped me develop my love for digital design, photography, and videography. I love taking photos and making videos of my friends. Thank you, Paul K. And then one more. It has been a joy to work with Paul for the last 12 years and have him as a wise mentor and friend. Wishing lots of great adventures. Thank you, Paul, for all you've done for us. Thank you. All right, last but not least, Mr. JP Tamayo, come on down.
Just from being at the school. Can you clarify? Because everybody in town thinks he's retiring at 26 years old and
Yeah.
I wish I was 26.
Right.
Definitely not, and I'm definitely not retiring. Just moving on.
He's retiring from being our SRO,
Yes.
not from duty, from being our SRO. I have to say that before I started at Windsor High School, I had no idea what an SRO or a school resource officer was. And as a teacher, we didn't have a ton of interactions, but as administrator, lots of interactions, right? It's been a wild 3 years. And anytime anybody in the community ever asks me, hey, how do you feel about having an SRO or having, law enforcement on your campus? I tell every single person that will ask, even if they don't, that it's the best possible thing that you could ever have at a school. Our students feel safe, our families feel safe, and it has been absolutely amazing. It's Frank is a great guy, but it's going to be really hard to replace you. So I just want to share a couple things that people wrote about you. All right. This one I really wasn't sure of, but I'm hoping you understand it. The one time on May the 4th, a young Jedi hacked the golf cart with you and went joyriding.
Probably.
Okay. The students don't know how lucky they were to have your life experiences help them figure out how to be a teenager. I'm going to keep going. JP, thank you for all that you've done for our students. The relationships you have built with the WHS community has brought us an amazing sense of security. Your student relationships have opened doors for so many to trust and open up when they need help and advice. Your style of communication with our students in crisis makes such an amazing impact where they can trust and believe you are there to help them work through their situation, knowing what they have going on. Another one. I wish we could figure out how to clone JP and have one at every school in America. Absolutely. Thank you for your presence and availability. The few times I witnessed you talking to students facing tricky situations, I learned so much about how to be an understanding listener and helper, but also hold boundaries and maintain safety. Thank you, and thank you again for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those are everywhere. I found one in our sergeant's office. I've been finding them all over campus. Those things are everywhere. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
you bet.
Thank you, JP.
Hey, Pete, before you go, Deputy Tamayo, I want to say thanks. 3 years ago, you were the speaker at the Oaks graduation.
I was.
But you were an alumni of the Oaks program. And one of the favorite things, you did a great job. My favorite things was talking to your mamacita, your grandmother was there in the back, who really gave us the backstory about, you're just so amazed that JP's doing good and he has a nice job here at the school.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
I think most people know there was a time when some of the school districts in the county in the early 2000s got rid of positions like yours, and we didn't do that for Don before you, and now Frank, welcome. It's essential there are lives saved.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, and it was a good experience, a good run. Thank you.
JP. All right. And before we eclipse this celebration of JP and his contributions, I would like to emphasize how important our relationship is with the police department here in Windsor. And I would like to welcome up Frank Pantani really quick, just to welcome him to the district officially and to make sure he's properly outfitted with Windsor swag so he can always represent the Jags. So come on up and give a warm welcome to Frank. Want to say hi to the crowd real quick?
Totally. Good evening. Again, my name's Frank. Impossible shoes to fill. Thankfully, JP and Chief Piccinini have set me on the right track and allowing me to shadow JP. And so that's been a blessing. A little bit about myself. Grew up in Windsor, went to Cali Calmeccac, went to Windsor High School, went to the military, got out, and I've been in law enforcement for the past 11 years. And I'm very thankful and blessed to be where I am right now, and just happy to be here. So it's good stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. And next up, Sarah Bryant, come on up, representing Windsor Middle School.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we celebrate 5 incredible people who have made Windsor Middle School a better place through their dedication, kindness, humor, and care for students. We got two here tonight. I've had the privilege of working alongside these educators throughout most of my career at Windsor Middle School, and I can honestly say that they have each helped shape the culture and heart of this school. Paulo, first, has been a steady and calming presence for students, staff, and families alike. Whether at Windsor Middle School, Cali, or even the high school, Paulo has spent his career helping students feel safe, heard, and supported. He has an incredible ability to connect with almost any student and guide them through difficult moments with kindness and compassion. After 26 years providing social emotional counseling, his impact on young people and on many of us sitting here tonight will last far beyond retirement. Thank you. Okay, Beth Dodge isn't here, but whenever we've needed someone dependable, positive, and willing to jump in and help, Beth Dodge is at the top of our list. Beth taught elementary school for a number of years before coming to Windsor Middle, where she spent the last of her 21 years teaching 7th grade math. She didn't just teach math, she made learning engaging for students. She sees the good in every child and creates a classroom where students feel safe, taking risks, and learning through hands-on experiences. I often walked by Beth's classroom to find students out of their seats and collaboratively solving problems around the classroom. In addition to teaching, Beth also dedicated years to running our school yearbook and a bike club, giving students opportunities to connect beyond the classroom. Now, Laura Gonzalez. Before arriving at Windsor Middle School, Laura Gonzalez taught at Cali, and throughout 35 years in education, she brought commitment, insight, and a taste of humor to campus. As a 6th grade English and history teacher, she consistently focused on improving student achievement through thoughtful, data-informed instruction and a deep understanding of what students needed to succeed. We could always count on Laura to brighten our inboxes with a funny meme or video about teacher life, and when we needed it the most. Her sharp wit, professionalism, and commitment to students have left a lasting impression on Windsor Middle School. Janet Mulligan. She has a special way of making learning memorable. Before joining Windsor Middle School, Janet also taught at Brooks, and she brought that same care and enthusiasm into our 6th grade English and history classes. She was a huge part of science camp for many years and spent time coaching 6th grade girls volleyball, helping students build confidence in both in and out of the classroom. Around campus, Janet has always been someone people enjoyed catching up with, a super sweet person and a wonderful colleague. After 21 years of teaching, her impact and warmth will be deeply missed. And finally, Diane's not here tonight, but Diane Pastel has spent 20 years quietly making a huge difference in the lives of students. As a paraeducator, Diane brought patience, compassion, and encouragement to the students who needed it most. The work she has done behind the scenes may not always get the spotlight, but it has mattered tremendously to so many families and children over the years. To all our retirees, thank you for your years of service, your laughter, your compassion, and the countless ways you've made Windsor Middle School stronger. Your influence will continue long after today, and while retirement is very well deserved, you will be greatly missed. Congratulations. Enjoy. I know. Ryan's going to do Angela. Congratulations.
So I get the honor of recognizing Angela West. She's not here tonight, but we want to do this for posterity. Angela was with us for 4 years, 1 year as an assistant principal and 3 years as a principal. And before this, I was talking to Sarah about, are there any good stories that we should share tonight? And Sarah said, none that are appropriate. And I'm like, that's my problem too. But I will say is when I was talking with Sarah, I said the one thing that always struck me about Angela is that when she first took over the middle school, she had her whole leadership team and her staff and wrote a mission statement. And all of us write mission statements. It doesn't mean we ever refer to them again. But Angela put that on the wall in her office. And every single time we had a meeting, she somehow worked it in and pointed to one particular line. And then I saw that line right there when we were going through the slide presentation is we make high school graduates. And so she was absolutely a true believer. At the district office, we always thought of her as a team player, only if it's the winning team. Angela was the most competitive person in this district, and she will be sorely missed. So congratulations to Angela on your retirement, and we wish we had so many more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right, representing Brooks Elementary School, Sean Gilbertson, come on up. I don't think any of you folks are here.
None?
I don't think so.
This is live televised?
It's out there.
Okay, great.
I mean, assuming that the electronics will work. All right.
If they can't hear me. All right. So I have the distinct pleasure of acknowledging three of our folks here at Brooks. The first one I want to mention is Patricia Hembry, Pat. Probably one of the most important jobs on campus, taking care of those kiddos during unstructured time, specifically when they arrive to school and crossing the street safely and during the playtime unstructured. So she's been a crossing guard here for over 19 years, making sure that students start their day safely and correctly. I had a very interesting interaction with a parent about 2 weeks ago who had some very colorful euphemisms for Miss Pat in the morning, and she takes her job so seriously that she came in very rattled, and I went out and took care of the situation and came back and calmed the situation down and thanked Pat for keeping the kids safe no matter what. And as cantankerous as that situation was, whatever Pat said and did worked, because the very next day and every following day, that parent parked exactly where they were supposed to. So Pat, wherever you are, thank you so much for keeping those kiddos safe. A couple other words from your coworkers. You were sincerely the most reliable employee and would stress out if you ever needed to take a day off. And many times we had to convince you to, yes, please take those days off. We've got you covered. She cares so much for all of her students, and she can see behind the behavior. She keeps kids safe and she takes it so seriously. And thank you so much for being the stalwart steward of the lost and found rack at Brooks. So thank you, Miss Pat. Can we give it up for her? Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. G, no relation. That was fun to kind of keep that rumor going for a while at Brooks. Mrs. G was a instructional assistant for many, many years, paraeducator. She is a very strong, dedicated soul. That's what many of the people on our campus have said. She would constantly go above and beyond, always ensuring that students are seen and heard. I remember specifically a challenging student she had this year who really made huge strides. Another thing that another coworker said was that more than any other paraeducator, Mrs. G supported her students to become more and more closer to being independent. In fact, would eventually graduate from whatever program they were in. So a true testament. And thank you so much for all the years and love that you've given all of our kids. So to Mrs. G, thank you very much. And then finally, I have Vicki Bosch, who's been in education for 38 years as a teacher. She taught in elementary school for the first 5 years, first grade, fifth grade, and sixth grade, when she found an opportunity in RSP and never turned back. She had really found her place in that little niche part of the world. She came to Brooks, I think, in 2001, and again, never turned back. She found her home here and loves her team so dearly, fell in love with Brooks, and again, never looked back. So thank you again for that. Her quote, if you want to call it that, she says is that we can do hard things, and all of my students definitely have. Thank you so much, the amazing SPED team here at Brooks. They are literally the best of the best. She's looking forward to my hard thing. We'll be leaving this amazing team and community. I'm so grateful to have been part of such a talented, supportive, and caring group of professionals. Together, we have built one of the best SPED programs in Sonoma County. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbertson. And speaking on behalf, I'd like to welcome Austin Natsgadian.
Not seeing Kathy in the audience. She was texting me trying to get here on time, but doesn't look like she made it. So I'll have her watch this back at home. So this is from Erica, our Director of Transportation. She said, Kathy has always been an invaluable member of the department, always bringing kindness, warmth, and genuine care for everyone around her. Loved and cherished by her coworkers, she consistently went above and beyond, contributing new ideas, thoughtful route suggestions, and a positive spirit that strengthened the team as a whole. Her sweet nature, dependable work ethic, and willingness to support others made her not only an exceptional bus driver, but also a treasured friend and colleague. For me, I want to reiterate on that point of warmth and care. I know with Kathy, she was one of those people in the department that I could go to and knew that she had the best interest of students no matter what. So Kathy was just, I loved going to her because I knew that she was going to give me the best answer that really mattered for kids and kind of sometimes get those feelings out of the work. So when I found out she was retiring, I was very sad. She had no issues coming to Jeremy or I right out of the gate without talking to anyone. But I always could trust what she said. And so I'm going to miss her. So.
All right, and the last retiree is also not here. And Joan Robertson was a colleague of mine for 4 years. And her quote up here tonight is a bit of a misnomer. It says, I don't care. And I'm here to tell you that Joan cared deeply about everything. She was detail-oriented, fastidious, and very loving and caring. She went out of her way to take care of each and every person that would email her about the hundreds of things that our department in her chair would deal with on a daily basis. My favorite story about Joan is that when I started, I had no business being a director of human resources. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you having some faith in me. Now, still working on it. But I entered the office, first few days whirlwind, and I'm sitting with Joan, and she's like, so you realize in 2 weeks, I'm going to be gone for 3 weeks. No, I had no idea that she was going to be gone for 3 weeks. Joan, if you're listening, I'm still holding that grudge. So we did this whirlwind. We're in the middle of hiring. I think we hired 60 people that year. So keep in mind, I've never done any of this, any of the paperwork associated with it. I know barely any of the rules and laws associated and affiliated with any of this. And she's like, here you go. Here's the keys. Have fun. And she takes off and goes to Europe. So I proceed to hire as many people as I can. Mr. Williams is the principal at the high school at the time, and he's like, you got to get this person hired. Let's go. So I'm like, okay, I barely know what I'm doing, but sure, I'll send them notices and letters and all kinds of other things. Just so you know, I attempted to hire a current science teacher as an assistant superintendent. You know, so thank you very much for your application of assistant superintendent. He was very cordial and he wrote back, Pete, so I'm applying for science, but yes, I accept the job. And I was like, right on. Thanks for the clarification. That would have just, really not worked coming right out the gate. So Joan returned from her trip. And of course, because of my nature, I confessed to all of my sins immediately. Like I have no idea what I'm doing. This was terrible. And instead of laughing at me, no, she did. She laughed at me a lot. But instead of ridiculing me, she just coached me up. She helped me with all of the policies, processes, and procedures I needed to understand, the credentialing aspects, and walked me through it. And to this day, I will have fond memories of my first year there, working basically under Joan, like learning how to do this job, and having her patience and understanding be the guiding principle of my first year. And I'm still working here. I haven't gotten the axe yet, so I must have done something right. So thank you, Joan. I appreciate you very much.
We have a picture of Pete.
Yep. Is that it?
Yep. And that is all for retirement. Congratulations to all our retirees. Thank you all so much for being here, families and friends.
Okay, hey, if we can all, hang on a second, hold on. Couple things. One, we'd like it if we can get everybody to come up here for a picture, but I just want to, just real quick, I just got to throw a couple extras out there. One, Pete, if we had to title this group, I would have to call it the gold standard. The JP, when I saw Mike give you a big old hug, I was jealous. Not because I wanted to hug you, but no father could ever want somebody any better to be his daughter's guy. I mean, as a dad, there's just nothing better. The way you've treated all the kids, the students, if we had a nickel left in our budget and we had to come up with a whole lot more to have someone like you at our school, we would find that money. That is the impact that you've left on our school and all these kids and everybody you've come across. I would donate 5 more ATVs to the Sheriff's Department if I knew that they were all going to be driven by you, getting my wife unstuck or wherever she's going to be up there in Foothills. You've just been amazing. Shannon, like I told you, you're my middle boy's favorite teacher. Kids have a lot of teachers that they come in contact with all the way through school. My middle boy, Jimmy, has had a really, really good post-high school career. And a lot of it is because of Shannon and the kind of influence that she and a few other teachers made in his educational journey. But specifically, Shannon is who he always tells is his favorite. Gene, I remember when I met you at the football field when you came to introduce me to tell me that you were my new boss.
Conversation, Rich.
It was. And quickly I'd explain to Gene that it wasn't the way it worked, right? But Gene, sometimes when we get to older, we kind of look and we think about the things we've done, the things we've done for people. And we also wonder what's the impression we leave on people's lives. For me, if somebody said, hey, it's your job to pick out 2 words to put on Gene's headstone, what would they be? And it would be heart and integrity. I don't know anybody who loves kids and people more than you. And I don't know anybody who has the integrity to take those feelings and magnify them all the way across the board. You have made a difference in the way I do things, in the way I look at things. You've made an impression on everybody you've come in contact with, and we're going to really miss you. The only flaw I've come across to you is you like those goddamn skinny ass little those skinny little bicycles. Sorry, I guess I owe $50, huh? Thanks, Gene, for the kids, for Heather's music.
Wasn't it 100?
Yeah, because that was 2 swear words. That's 100.
Skinny is not a swear word unless you're a big person like me. Did I say 2 words?
That's okay. Keep talking.
It's 100 for you, Gene. See, Gene's still getting money out of me. Anyhow, you just ride those little bicycles. Bikes were made to have batteries to help you get up those hills. I hope to convert you, Gene. Anyhow, in all seriousness, Angela, I knew she was gonna be great the moment I met her because she owes $50 too. And I'm sorry. I mean, the whole group, again, the gold standard. If you guys were going to start a new school, these are the folks that you would want to pattern all your people after. And I just want to say thank you. I know sometimes thank you doesn't sound like enough, but it's all that we have. And we really appreciate your life's service for all of the kids that have come through. Thank you guys very much. And we want you to come up and get a picture and anybody else got something. All right, we'll stand up and you guys come on up and let's get a picture. Heather, if we can get your.
Should just have that big head of JP up there.
Now we'll get the real big head.
There it is. There it is.
He's going to come up.
No, he's okay.
Hey, your head.
Hold the giant teacher. Oh, God. Maybe you should.
You're strong.
Belong over to your right.
Here, slide on over this way a little bit.
Oh, boy.
There you go. All right, let's scoot in this way so we can. Here we go. All right, we're gonna
on her chair.
here. Oh, you want air? Actually, can we do this? Can you see her, Melanie? Here, Melanie. So you want to stand right here? Yeah, stand right there. That way you can. Oops. There we go. That way you can see her. Bill, don't give JP those rabbit ears.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations.
I know. I know.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thanks for everything. That's a good grip. What do you have to do with that thing? No, she right here at the.
It's off. It seems like the overall level of needs is lower.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. He got mobbed out there.
Huh?
He got mobbed out there with people.
Who, Bill? He.
No, I thought you were talking about JP.
Oh, JP.
Yeah, 'cause they're like calling him out there.
I thought Bill leaving. I'm like.
Oh no, I think he's over there talking to somebody. You just take a little break now, or wait?
Let's just get a little well.
Everyone's kind of gone.
All righty, everybody. We are. I feel like Donnie Osmond. I feel like it's going to. Good night, everybody. Kind of hard to top that one. All righty, moving on to 3.3. Report from our student board members, Rebecca and Natalie.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you can open those cards while you're talking so that way you can start crying and on camera. It's your last night. No, I'm just.
I already did that for Sanduina. Okay. Hello, you guys. Happy May. Here is our student activities overview for the month. Starting off with Maddie Washburn. They have their patriotic assembly on May 22nd from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Their last Jaggy Pride Award assembly on May 27th from 9 to 11:30 a.m. and a field day on June 3rd from 9 to 30 a.m. as well. And then here's a fun picture from their English or from like the district's English Learner Advisory Committee that Maddie hosted, and they had a really awesome performance. It's not zoomed in enough, but really awesome performance. I really enjoyed it.
Next up, we have Brooks Elementary. They had their Jaguar Pride Day on April 17th, and there's some photos from that.
Callie had lots and lots of events. They had coffee with admin, their walk and roll to school, some photos from students decorating cookies, their band and orchestra performances, and so much. They always do so many great things. So.
And then coming up for Callie, they have an open house looking like tomorrow night. They're having the second grade Safe Routes to School on May 20th. Their kinder promotion, third grade career day, TK promotion, and second grade dance performances. And that's a photo from the collaboration between Windsor High School, Windsor Middle School, and Callie for the band performance. It was at Windsor High School for the spring show, and I was able to see that, and it was just really cool seeing all the different schools come together.
You want to do this slide?
Yes, so up as well, we have Windsor Middle School. They were also collaborated with the Windsor High School, Callie Everything, the music performance. And then they had their spring fling on April 24th.
Okay, the high school had a lot going on in April and early May. Some photos from the spring concert that was just mentioned. We had our prom rally on the 24th, and you can see kind of, again, not zoomed in enough, but Mrs. LaFay got to sing a Fleetwood Mac song, and like all of the students started circling around her and dancing on the floor. It was like the best thing ever. And then we had our second annual academic awards assembly on May 1st. On May 7th was the Product 26 night. It showcased all of our CTE programs. String orchestra collaborated with dance, the dance class. There were all the cores out, everything. It was awesome. And then afterwards, Nueva hosted it, right?
Theater Club.
The theater club hosted a really fun open mic karaoke kind of night. And then we had Lady Jag Bowl on May 15th, last Friday. The sophomores won, and sad to say this, but the juniors won too. RIP seniors, yeah. And my 5 minutes of playing time. And then also the staff, on the next slide, you can see the staff had a really fun staff spirit week, top secret, and the students kind of had to guess what was going on, which was awesome. Coming up this Wednesday is our Junior Jaguar Leadership Conference. We're so excited because this year Brooks will be there as well as Maddie. There will be so many students on the town green. It's going to be flooded. So with leadership kids, so that'll be really fun. And then graduation and Project Grad at the Epicenter.
And both of those are on June 6th. June 6th. Yep. And I just want to take a second back at Windsor High School to talk about Product 26 and just about what that is. So it's kind of almost a festival of just Windsor High School showing everything we do for the career technical education kind of program. And it was just a really great community event, not just community as in the individual programs working together. There was collaboration between music and dance and build and you can see Mr. Richards, who's the theater teacher and is the head of the English department, everything. He does a lot at the school. That's his kids with the build teacher. And so it was just a really great night of lots of connections being made and really showing off the creativity at Windsor High School. So that was really fun. Big Picture Learning, they had a field trip to the Academy of Sciences on the April 29th. They had the Learning Through Internship Showcase on May 6th, which was really fun. I really enjoyed that. And then Shannon Johnson, we just heard from her during the retirement ceremony. She was able to release the steelhead trout fry that they actually started raising from eggs in the classroom in early February. So that's been a long time coming for them. Really exciting that they got to do that.
And Rebecca got her haircut at the showcase night. So if you can notice, her bangs are looking very beautiful tonight. Windsor Oaks had their Fiesta Friday, their bowling, as always, having really fun events for their students every month. They also got to release their fish at the Doyle Community Park. And coming up, they have a tour of the community gardens on May 28th, a week of exhibitions, May 26th through the 29th. They have another bowling on June 1st, and then their senior celebration barbecue on June 2nd from 11 to 12:30.
So the exhibitions are kind of like their version of the senior project. So it's kind of a more intimate setting where they present like one-on-one or just to a few people. And then the senior celebration barbecue, Natalie and I will be there. So if any board members would like to come to that, we would love to see you there. And then lastly, we have Bridges. It was a really big time for the special ed program at Windsor High School this month. They have, of course, Best Buddy meetings every Wednesday. There was the Buddy Walk in Golden Gate Park, where Windsor High School Best Buddies was honored as the outstanding chapter. And then also at the academic awards ceremony, Amanda Duran Garcia was honored as the Bridges course standout. And they had Special Olympics on May 14th, which is just such a massive event. I think there's something like 14 schools who all get to join in this. Windsor Middle School's program was also there. So just another example of like so many people coming together on the Windsor High School campus.
Yeah. And then upcoming, we'll have the Best Buddies president come up and talk a little bit more about Special Olympics. But as we kind of close out this year, we want to introduce our...
we have to do the standout.
Oh my gosh, wait, never mind.
What we've been doing recently for the standout is just going around talking to students about what they've really liked at the school this past year. So this month we went to Brooks, Maddie Washburn, and Windsor Middle School. So at Brooks, they talked about some of their favorite things that they've done. They had the color run and the bike rodeo. And I was also really excited to hear them mention that some of their favorite things were some skills that they'd learned in their class. So they talked about learning how to make slideshows. The kids we talked to were in 4th grade. They also talked about doing like dioramas to scale. So like at a 1/10 scale. And they were like getting really passionate about it. And then they're starting to learn how to do like long form essay writing. So that was pretty interesting to hear them talk about that as well. At Maddie Washburn, they really, really love Halloween there. Just like, they really like it. And almost every single kid I talked to mentioned Halloween, either going to the pumpkin patch or just the Halloween itself. So they're having a lot of fun. And then at Windsor Middle School, we were able to talk to the 7th and 8th grade AVID classes. And we talked about some of their favorite things. They mentioned the culinary class, Thursday Fun Day, which is something they do in the 7th grade AVID class. And then also having field trips to colleges and learning how to fundraise for those field trips, which was interesting to hear them reflect on that as well. We got some really great information from them also on their opinions on the cell phone policy. So we're excited to talk about that later tonight as well.
Yeah, and I got to go into the leadership classes the leadership class as well. And so, yeah, we talked about the phones and the dances and all the fun things that they're doing. They were all painting all the posters, so it took a while to, rile everyone in. But now, I was moving too fast. Now we will introduce our successors. So if you guys want to come introduce yourselves.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Liam Ryan. And of course, I'm one of the next student school board trustees. Some information about me. I am a student in Windsor High School in the AP Corps. I am in debate club and I am looking to become treasurer next year. And I mean, although I would have preferred to have gone further, at the UC Berkeley Novice Division tournament, I was a quarterfinalist. What else? I was also a member on the site council for 2 years, and I'd like to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be the student school board trustee. I know that it's quite a great honor. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tegan McCoy. I am also a rising student trustee to the school board alongside Liam. A little bit about me is I am the founder and president of the Scoliosis Awareness Club. I'm also a bilingual tutor at Windsor High School, where I teach the Spanish-speaking peers and students at Windsor High School to speak English. So I'm bilingual and fluent in Spanish as I went to Cali for 9-year tenure. And I'm very excited for next year. Thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to work with the board. And I'm so excited for next year.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Well, I wasn't sure. It's your last night, so I didn't know if you had a swan song or something that you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I had such a great time on the Board of Trustees. I feel like I learned so much. I really think in my interview, I talked about developing like the skill of being professional. And I saw Rich, I think you liked that when I said that. But I think you guys have really helped me with that. And I'm just, as they said, like it's an honor to be chosen for this position. And I just think every single time I'm up here, I'm so grateful that I was able to take this opportunity. And thank you all.
Yeah, well, I didn't like prepare anything, but
that's when it's best.
I know, right? Yeah, I had it was a very good, I learned so much as well, like especially all the little different acronyms for things. I learned I know what they mean now. So that's why I'm really graduating. But no, it was a really great experience, and I don't want to repeat what Rebecca said. So we have the same opinions, but yeah.
I will add, since if we're going now.
Go ahead.
I will just say that I think I will take and repackage something that Rich said earlier, which is gold standard. And I would say that you both really upheld and demonstrated what the gold standard is for being a student trustee. And it was such an honor to work with both of you and get to know you. And I hope you keep in touch and keep us informed on everything that you do. There are different ways to be a great student trustee, but you both just really came to the job with enthusiasm and passion. And it was really great to work with you.
Thank you.
I put it in your cards, what I wrote down, but I'll just, so that way all your brothers, if they're watching, yes, Natalie is the best of the Valdezes. Her parents saved the best for last.
I told you guys this at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
I said.
And we got her. We got the best of the Valdezes, and it's been great. Bill, go ahead.
We just seem to have, and Tegan and Liam, I mean, the bar is set high, but this is what you make it. And we've had increasingly engaged student trustees, particularly since we've had two. And I think this is the third or fourth year that we've done it. And I think the synergy of having two is like 2 = 5. And there were so many times where I would be at a thing or hear you guys had stopped by a district event, realizing that there are 7 trustees for the school district. 5 of us are elected, and then there are 2 that represent the 5,000 students. And for that, I'm really very grateful. I think from talking about bond campaigns to going to a school board trustee conference where you realize we really do have a good thing here. Sometimes we have to pinch ourselves because we don't really have a comparator about how we do it. And you and those like you and use those 2 coming in your after you have a very important tradition. I mean, as you know from when you were at that conference, some school districts don't have school trustees. Some have them and they'd say, just sit there quietly and we'll tell you what to think. We have had a couple, some just easy, some require courageous conversations, and sometimes we have behind the door conversations. And I really want to thank you on how you stepped up to participate in those, because every time either of you spoke, whether it was publicly or privately, thanks.
Oh wait, I know what I want to say.
Oh God, here we go.
I had to think about it. I know I had to think about it. I know why this position helped me grow so much. I think I was very used to, I've held positions at the high school basically my whole time at the high school. And so I was very focused on the high school, and being in this position and sitting up here really forced me to think outside of just who I am and what I want. And it made me think about what others want. I think it is a position that makes you a very selfless person, and the opportunity to connect with all the schools and hear all these different opinions and collaborate with you guys and have conversations with you guys and have mentors in life was really meaningful. So I figured it out, like all the little brain cords connected. So the neurons. Yeah, the neural, that's what they're called. Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. Excellent. Can't wait to have you join us. Liam, remember, like we had said in the interviews, I know you like to debate, but between me and you, if we keep starting to talk, Bill won't be able to get a word in edgewise, so we'll have to be good. So anyhow, this has been pretty good. Thank you guys both very much for your service. It's been great. We're going to jump to 3.4. By the way, just letting everybody know, between 3.8 and consent items, we're going to take a little 5-minute break. 3.4, public comment. It says on closed session items, but I believe it's public comment on any unagendized item. So that was a typo. So is there any public comment on a non-agendized item? Okay, moving on to 3. Oh, there was? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, we're going to hear about Special Olympics.
Didn't see you.
Sorry. Okay. Should I talk about it, or do you guys want to ask questions about the Special Olympics?
Well, you get to start by telling us your name.
Okay. I don't know. Bill told me to come last week. He didn't tell me. He told Amy Whiteley. So I don't know. Okay. So I'm Megan Johnson. I was the coordinator for the Unified Track and Field Special Olympics this year. We hosted it at Windsor, and we took a break from it last year. We didn't have the resources, and it was hosted at Pioneer High School, and no shade, but it was not as good as it was at Windsor High School. So we took it back, me and Steven Tonelli. He's the Bridges special ed teacher for the transitional program, adult transition program. And he was my mentor for it. And we worked for 9 months on the project. And we worked with Miss Buckman. We worked with Miss Whiteley. We worked with what's Vineyard called now? I don't know, business and hospitality for the Vineyard Corps, because we worked with Pam, you could tell, to get Guy Fieri's foundation to supply food for the athletes from 14 different schools. We did end up having 3 schools who showed up unexpectedly too, but we welcomed them. It was amazing. The whole entire school came out, which is something we hadn't done in the past, which I'm very proud of. We had the whole student body out on the bleachers watching our special ed kids race alongside our gen ed peers from the exercise science corps, and one of our leadership classes with me, Natalie, Dominic, Diego, Tegan. Yeah, it was really good, and I'm so proud of it. So yeah, if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, you said that it was at Pioneer the year before. We didn't have it at Windsor because we were short of funds.
We didn't have resources. I believe his some guy named Benny. I don't know. He used to coordinate it better, but then he wasn't doing that job anymore. So we took it back as more of like a project for me to do with, like, to delegate tasks, because we've never utilized the leadership program before, and I'm in leadership, so I was able to do that. And I had contacts with other of my peers, which they've never really done in the past before. So
the reason I ask is because some years ago, our earlier principal started this off. I believe started it off, but I know we had it going. And I just want to throw this out there that we should always, I think we should just host it every year.
I know. Yeah.
And let's just keep it at Windsor.
Yes.
Let's do a great job at it. And we always have the money to do it. Yep. The school may not, but the community always has the money to do it. So, so whoever's listening out there, younger students coming up, administration, this is like a high priority. I got more phone calls from parents of students who are on inter-district transfers. They live outside of Windsor, called me to tell me that their kids said it was the coolest thing they've been involved in their high school experience so far. These are parents that were sophomores and junior kids. Coolest thing they've ever been involved with. And so I think it's a thing that we need to adopt, kind of like Windsor has a little Vine Man, the little bicycle thing that all the skinny bicycle tires guys. We should do this. I remember Mark Eland, when he first got it going here, had a bunch of the different sports teams kind of helping and stuff, and it was really good. And so I think one of the identities that we should have and adopt as a district is that we host this every year and we make it as good and as big as it can be for our most special of our athletes and our students. And thank you for picking that up and taking the initiative to bring it back. Honestly, I didn't know that we had lost it. And so, they talk about Angela being competitive. You got a table full of competitive people. We never should lose to Pioneer on anything.
No,
so,
never.
Regardless of what it is, but especially Hanley. That's just a remnant of the good old days. But anyhow, so Jeremy, Austin, Brian, the whole, everybody, it's just something we just got to do. But all good things come from somebody's initiative. And thank you for you and everybody else that helped you to bring it back home and make it an excellent. I've got more positive calls about this than I've gotten about anything since I've been on the board. And so you must have done a heck of a job. Yeah. So good job for you.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. I think there's some more folks.
I was there, and Megan, it was a gigantic extravaganza. Hundreds and hundreds of people. And I was walking while the students were lined up to come to the family I knew who had a student from Montgomery, and she said to me, I feel like a regular kid today. I wondered if you had any particular surprises when it was over and done and you could rest on Saturday.
Yeah.
That maybe you didn't expect was a positive outcome from you for doing this and leading this. What did you learn out of it?
Personally, I had some teachers who did give us actually negative feedback on some things, and we pushed past it, and we didn't accept it because we thought we did great. It was about our relay race. You're unorganized. And we're like, no, we did it good. I like how it turned out. I liked watching our athletes going across. They were taken by our gen ed peers from the XI Corps to different corners of the track. And that just what is that, 30 seconds going across the field? That's a little bonding moment right there. Like you meeting someone from a different school who's not like you, but I enjoy it so much. It's very personal to me. And it brought me so much joy just seeing everything throughout the day. So
thank you for your hard work.
Good. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's a happy daddy.
In-law. Well, actually, it depends how you look at it.
Right.
Anyway, good evening, Mike Velasquez. I hope I'm giving a little extra time. So I want to address a couple of things that have been said that were over and above the notes that I had just came to talk about stuff. But I want to address the thing about the Special Olympics. Megan, I heard you did a wonderful job. Fantastic. I also want to point out that the VA program was very instrumental with the Special Olympic program, along with Guy Fieri Foundation, who provided all the food and everything. They are the ones that made over 350 burritos for the event that morning. So fresh burritos put together, wrapped up, and provided to the participants. So I think it goes to show that there is a ton of community involvement And the support is there to what Rich was saying about, hey, if the school can't fund it, the community will. And Guy Fieri is obviously an easy guy to lean on in most cases, but he might not always be that guy. But I would say Windsor should definitely stay in the forefront of promoting an event like that moving forward. So you caught me off guard with the comments about JP. So JP's my son-in-law, and it was funny listening to some of the talk about him because nobody ever would have thought that this young man came out of Windsor Oaks. And to rise to the position of respect that he has earned with students, parents, teachers, admin, myself and Pam. Believe me, when Shannon came home with him and he's at Windsor Oaks, whew, okay. But over the last 20 plus years, he has worked so hard to, number one, become a police officer. SRO was not on his bucket list. It just kind of worked out. And I will say that, yes, he's done an awesome job, and I am proud to call him my son-in-law. So I wanted to, I guess, thank you, Rich, for acknowledging that, even though that wasn't my intention. I just knew he would run out of here if I didn't grab him before he was even excused. So okay, back to the fun stuff. So I'm hearing a lot of good things here, and I learned a lot of stuff tonight about with the teachers and various positions that have retired here. And it as some of you know, I've been trying to be more regular with my attendance because I want to contribute, but I also got us a lot of stuff to learn. And some of the stuff that I learned is trying to do it on the internet or from talking to people. You know, I'm open to whatever. So along with learning comes questions and sometimes roadblocks. So that's all I want to touch on tonight. Is it's not for me trying to be difficult. It's me trying to understand where do I find the answers, or how do we get the answers, get those questions addressed. So one of my Mr. Carnation and I went to school back in the 80s at El Molino, early 80s. We didn't have computers. We didn't have cell phones, all that stuff. I'm definitely not the most tech savvy guy in the world, but I can, fuddle my way through stuff. But I want to comment on the school website. Trying to find information relating to these meetings, it is challenging, extremely challenging. I don't know when it changed, but only quite recently something changed where if I wanted to find where upcoming meetings were scheduled, there was nothing on it. It's there now. I don't know when it came in, and that's great. If I want to find minutes from previous meetings, they're not there. There's a nice big bar, says minutes. It takes me to most recent one was August of 25. There's nothing coming up that is within, 9 months, whatever. It's obviously not current. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm following the prompts through the WUSD website and the Board of Trustees. I'm working my way through it. So I would love to be told I'm doing something wrong so I can find that information if that's the case. But having said that, I just wanted to point that out. The other thing regarding these meetings, how is the public notified? So obviously there's the Brown Act, but how does the message get sent to the community? In the old days, maybe it'd be in the Windsor Times. I know that Facebook is utilized, but not everybody does Facebook. And not everybody, and if they do Facebook, doesn't mean they're on it all the time. So I'm just curious as to what modes or, how do we get that message out to meet the Brown Act requirement? the reason this came up was the special meeting that occurred on May 13th. See, I got my notes here. I saw a post come out on 5/12 talking about the meeting. That was it. I'm not, like I said, I went to El Molino, but I know my math is one day is only 24 hours. So that's kind of what got me going on this, because it was not a closed session from what I could see. And to me, you know, was there another somewhere before that time that I missed, which would have been Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, something like that. So I am curious regarding where that information is posted. And that's it.
Cool, thanks, Mike. Normally, so we don't reply to public
No, I
comment,
understand that.
but I wrote your questions down and we'll get to you. Yeah. Okay. All good questions. Yeah. So,
great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I will reach out to you.
Okay. Thank you.
All righty. Is there any other public comment on non-agendized items? All righty, we'll see none. We're going to move on to 3.5 Superintendent's Report.
Not this week.
Gotcha, okay. Got nothing there. 3.6 Board of Trustees reports. Any trustees got anything? I've got one thing. But
I'll go quickly. I always think I'm going to remember what to say at the trustees report, and then I forget what I should say. But I will talk about the thing that happened most recently, which is Bill and I refereed the Lady Jag football game on Friday night, and that was very fun. I'm a football expert. Maybe not totally, but Bill did a great job leading the refereeing, and it's so fun to be on the field. And I just get so happy every time I'm on the field doing the Friday Night Lights. It's so fun. It's just such a fun thing. So it was a great experience. And we have so many other things going on, and I probably could talk about 20 other things, but I'll just talk about that one.
Let me go last.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, our next meeting is June 8th, so we're going to graduate and school is going to be over. You did good to come, Paige. So thank you for everybody, starting with students, their families, and our staff and the community for another good school year. And knock on wood, we have a few more days. But you know, I put school stuff on Brown on my calendar, and I was making sure that I got the barbecue down for Oaks. And there's 1 and 2 things every day. And again, the 25-26 school year is going to be over before we sit here as a group again. And so for this group and everybody who watches home, my colleagues to my left, our 2 new colleagues who are coming out of the student body, it's been a good year. And thank you very much. I think we'll get a perspective from our CSCA president who has returned from the wild, and that's going to be great. But that's my only comment. I think sometimes we get to the end of the year and we sort of forget to reflect that, wow, we haven't had it occur again. I will tell you, I was sharing with some of the retirees, the hardest part about being in the school board is when we have to expel students. Retirees are great, it's heartwarming, but we had readmissions where students who did what they needed to do to come back to the fold after they had done something severe enough, it's almost always drugs and fighting and weapons or all of the above, they came back, and that also is very nice. It's good that we try and meet every person where they are. And thanks again for a good year to my colleagues and the staff.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This time of the year, we have so many things going on for us trustees with school stuff that I literally cannot make it to every invitation that we have. I was on my way to one meeting and a teacher called me and said, "Hey, so we wanted to remind you, we got a thing going on tonight." And I'm like, I can't. And they go, "Are you sure?" And I'm thinking, yeah, like you're in third place right now. I mean, I already had to miss something else. It's just an incredible amount of things, and they're all great that you would love to too bad we can't spread them out all year long, but they just get concentrated in this month of all these wonderful things. And so we do the best we can. Under my trustee report is last month, I went and read the letter from the FPPC that we initiated to find out about my working on the Windsor Creek property project and whatever. And I mentioned last week that, last month, that I've recused myself all the way across the board and that I might continue to just abstain from voting on it. And I have decided that I am going to continue to recuse myself just because I want to avoid questions, but mostly distractions. There are folks that like to just distract. So for me, it's just really easy to not be part of it and continue to not be part of it. So at the end of the meeting, when we get to 5.8, I will recuse myself and I'll scoot on out. Anyhow, that was pretty much that. Austin, was a golf tournament since the last time, or is this time? Did we have a meeting before?
But I don't know that we need to go over it.
Okay, I'm not sure. It was the day after our last meeting? Okay, I got to eat humble pie then, because if we'd have won it, I'd have been crowing pretty hard. But the team that beat us last year and put us in second place, they did it again. Now, I don't know how they did 4 points better than they did last year. We did 4 points better than we did last year, but that's because we had a personnel change that scored us 4 extra points. But I just want to let those cheating suckers know that we're coming after them next year, and Team Carnation is going to change personnel again. And this time I'm going to be in the cart driving and making sure everybody's hydrated with sodas and everything else. And I'm going to yank myself off the team. I will be like the little NASCAR things where I'll continue to sponsor the winning team. And so that way, if I'm not playing, we should at least pick up 5, maybe 6, 7 more points. So, Austin, you're safe. But Jeremy and I will now go around and cheer everybody on. But yeah, we took second. I want to just make sure I take my public flogging for not winning that thing that we've won so many times before. But anyhow, that's pretty much it. So anybody else got anything? All righty. Thank you. Staff Association reports 3.7.
I have to put readers on because that's where I'm at right now in life. Oh my gosh, as I was sitting here, this whole time, I'm picturing clicking my heels, just saying there's no place like home. There's no place like home. And Windsor is home. I'm so grateful to be here. I've been through some things. I drove from CSEA headquarters today in San Jose straight here because I didn't want to miss this opportunity to share my journey with all of you. And it was a journey. It was a doozy. So I was sequestered basically for 104 days to be exact when I first went into my internship. I was told I had to cut off communication from my district, from my chapter. Basically, it's a practice of letting go and trusting the process of who I've allowed to delegate. I've delegated to run the show for me. And that was really hard. So I felt like I abandoned people, but it was good. It was good. I needed to be able to just focus on my journey. And so that's what I did. So my shortest day, I will just say, a shortest day for me was 10 hours a day, longest being 16 hours a day. I was camped in Vallejo. Basically, they are a school in crisis. And layoffs of 180 classified staff with a lot of unlawful things going on. And we'll get into that. We can go into this next. Oh, shoot. Did I do it? I always do this. Okay. The takeaway from this program is I learned that leadership is a bridge between a grievance and a solution. And the key insight that I recognized in myself throughout this is that passion has to be paired with the technical mastery. I'm a really passionate person. I am bubbly. I'm like a clown, and I take that energy everywhere. However, as a labor relations representative, there's no time to be a clown. You need to come to the table in all seriousness. You need to come with professionalism, and you need to come ready. There is strategizing. There is data that I need to have in hand when I am working with a district on a contract. I look at the contract process. I've learned to look at it as a puzzle that we at the table are all putting together, and that we may want to try to fit certain pieces into certain places, but it doesn't work that way. We have to figure that out together. And that was what I really took away from this program. So, as I said, I was thrown into Vallejo Unified School District. They were facing a total governance and fiscal crisis. 180 classified staff were targeted. The layoffs were looming over our workforce. I think maybe 30 of the certificated staff were being looked at. Essential trades were on the block. They had a lot of one-off positions, singletons as we called them. So they had their own painters, their own HVAC people, plumbers, locksmiths, and they were basically going to just eliminate them. But, when asking them what the plan is to, you can't contract out. That's against our way. They had no plan. They basically said they're all going to have to do more with less. So we had to get at it with this school district. So we started by building a coalition, and I was a big part of that. One voice can be ignored, but a community can't. So we allied with the teachers, with the Rotary Club, with parents, community. We were on the streets. We were in the neighbors of every school board member, hanging door hangers to let the community know what was going on. And not only were they cutting 180 positions, they were closing 3 schools. And they were doing a lot of things without... There were Brown Act violations. So that's another piece to some things going on in this district. I was very passionate, of course. I spoke on behalf of Vallejo. I was actually quoted in the Vallejo Sun. My quote was up there. And I stood there with these folks here in Vallejo. And the member side of me was very hard to let go of. I was told, Sheila, you got to let go of the member side of you. You're here as a labor relations representative. And that was hard. The first 30 days, I didn't know, I couldn't shed it. It was a tough one for me. To get my head on straight around that. So we spoke our truth to power. One of the things I did tell that school board was stop balancing this budget on the backs of our classified employees and stop treating our schools like disposable line items. The lesson in this, that's us out there picketing in front of the school district. I had a megaphone. I had a job to do, rallying these folks to try to get through to these to the district leaders, school board members. And so we were advocating, trying to humanize the data for the board and the public, because many of the public didn't even know 3 of their schools were going to be shut down. There was so much going on behind closed doors, actually, that really wasn't noted in the community. This was really a learning lesson for me on what not to do in a school district. So I've learned data is a weapon, right? the technical skills that I've learned that demanding for necessary and relevant information is really important, and it's a right for CSEA to demand those things before we sit at the table. I've learned how to write up those letters. We've had to analyze warrant reports, basically the district's checkbook. We did identify $12 million, and actually that's incorrect. My writing there is incorrect. $12 million in their 5,600 account that they really couldn't answer to us for. So it was kind of their little slush fund is what we believed. However, after checking warrant reports, we found that they had hired a company called JF University. And after doing a little digging in that, found out this was a Jesus Followers University program where they hired a man named Boomer Bennett. So if we ever hear that name, let's be aware. As we know, Ed Code, we can teach about religion. We can't teach religion in public schools. And this man was basically, had been contracted out by the district, paid a total of $700,000, about that, in a year and a half. And we found a little TED Talk he had online. We dug deep, found out he was basically stating that what Vallejo didn't know is that he was taking these kids after schools and making them champions of Christ. He was inoculating these students with religion, which was against the rules. So, we had to come up with all these things. We had to get this hard data to challenge their fiscal emergency narrative. And we found many things that they couldn't answer to and they wouldn't answer to. That's rough. So the paperwork of protection, right? So I learned how to draw up initial proposals. I can do MOUs. I can do all the things now. I feel pretty... I've checked every box, I got to say, in what I learned in this program. The only thing I didn't get to do was an arbitration. I went to a formal Skelly hearing. I did I did everything. I did everything else other than that. I learned how to write up, language for contracts. The big thing right now, we've got SB 848, right, coming up here. And I know that took effect in January of 2026. And, there's a concern around that, which someday we will talk more on that. I know we have a long night ahead of us, so I'm going to move forward in that, but it's something I'll be thinking about and sharing with you all. And basically the contract is the shield. The strategy is the sword. So when we have to draft with precision to ensure that our members are never left vulnerable. I have mastered successor agreement. I truly have. I'm not the same person. I'm coming back with a lot more knowledge. I've recognized that I've been coming to the table as an interest-based bargainer. Collective bargaining is how CSEA rolls. However, I like to believe a hybrid format can be found, and that would be my style if I was a labor relations representative. So cleaning up legacy language that's no longer serving members and ensuring long-term district stability through fair labor practice. That's the goal with that. Our contract's opening, well, it's expiring on October 31st this year. So I'm ready to come back in the fall to negotiate. We'll get some dates on the calendar. Anaheim PERB, that's a big one I learned about. I had to write an 8-page essay on this Anaheim PERB 177. Oh dear, all the little numbers that go through my head. It was a landmark case because, in many of our contracts, we have the line that the district has management rights to, as I've always seen it, steamroll, the things that we might want to fight on. And they do have management rights, but districts also have to bargain effects of all things, and that's terms and conditions, it's hours, and it's wages. And so, we have a great relationship here. I'm not worried. We will keep on talking about things when changes happen. We're going to get comfortable with MOUs. They're not scary. They're actually memorializing change, and we really should do that moving forward. No shortcuts, basically. I'm going to skip this one since I just talked about it. So just so you know, this school district, CSEA filed 7 unfair practice charges and 2 Brown Act violations against this school. They didn't seem to care. They had a lawyer. That lawyer should actually have known better. It was interesting because, he was making $400 an hour, and they were just paying him. He showed up at the negotiations table every time. At $400 an hour, we're classified folks. The fact that their assistant superintendent, who was the one who showed up for their bargaining, couldn't speak, basically needed a lawyer there, was absolutely shocking that they were wasting that kind of money when they were in fiscal crisis. So We had to prove the district didn't bargain in good faith, which they didn't. They were just creating unilateral decisions, basically laying off positions and then creating new positions with new titles, but the same job. So it was we could clearly see they wanted a reorganization. Most of these people were labor leaders. They were very engaged, and so they wanted to get rid of them. They were the loud voices. But they of course, they're not going to admit that, but they'll have their day in court with PERB, and PERB accepted all charges. So I feel like I left at the end of a season of a really good show, and it was the climax, and I am like, I gotta know what happens after, I'll be following Vallejo for a little while. So that was that. That was just one of the copy of one of the unfair practice charges there, and 7 of them by the time I finished. There could be more. I love AI. You can make great photos. My transformation, if I could say how I started and where I'm at, I am not the same. I am coming back with knowledge that has empowered me, but not in an arrogant, way. I come back to work with my district and to do the things appropriately, to do all the things that we're supposed to be doing, to keep track of the changes we're making. I'm still a passionate advocate and a community voice, and but I'm focusing that now more with the data that I need to have when I come to the table. I was really human focused before, and I still am. I'm still human forensics, but now I'm more of a strategic analyst, legal practitioner, district partner. I'm data driven at this point. I actually had to do 8 budget analysis on 8 districts. And Austin, you know how much I hate math. I was scared to death, and I had 30 days to get it done, which I did. And then I did one for Windsor, just for fun. And we're doing okay. The whole time I just kept thinking, I love my district. That's just what I kept thinking. But it was interesting. So my quote here is, I'm no longer just a passionate voice. I have evolved into a deeper thinker, a listener, and a practitioner of the law. The 100 days as a member intern has fundamentally changed me. I come to the table as a district partner, armed with more legal precision and ready to protect the rules. But I'm excited to be working on our contract in the fall. It's going to be great. The vision for CSEA in Windsor, fiscal clarity. I feel that we already get that. When I shared with CSEA that my school district does a budget roadshow, they're like, what? That's like the dream. And I said, oh yeah, my district is the dream, which is part of why I don't want to leave here. And so I don't worry too much with the fiscal clarity, but we still want to lead with data, and we don't want to just demand things. We need to know what's behind everything. Good faith, that we are bargaining in good faith, but I feel that. I feel that with our district. I feel that we do that. I think we're going to bargain even better coming up. And ensuring that classified staff are recognized as the backbone of Windsor Unified. I'm not sure if there was a resolution. This is actually Classified School Employee Week. I kind of sad because I didn't get to pump it up like I did last year. Next year we'll do that. But yeah, Classified School Employee Week. I missed the retiree thing. I'm coming here at the end, but we will do better. My final thing is I'm ready to apply these lessons to ensure that Windsor Unified remains a model of fair law, labor, and student success. And the 100 days were just the beginning. So, any questions?
Good job on the PowerPoint presentation. You learned that one too.
Thank you.
How many interns did CSEA have statewide that were doing what you were doing this term or this year?
So they had around 200 applicants, and they do a spring and a fall. And in the fall, that's when they had the bulk. And I believe that they had, at that time, I think I heard that there was 21 of them. This time, there was only 3 for the spring. So I was in there with only 2. And the 2 others dropped out, and I have no idea why. I got to admit, after 30 days, I wanted to cry. I wanted to throat punch my mentor, going from being a 7:30 to 4 p.m. employee to just working 10 to 16 hours. I didn't think I could do it, but I don't know. I always go to my roller derby analogies where get up off the floor. You're doing this. You signed up. Your school board approved you to be here, and I was like, I'm not quitting, and I did not quit. And honestly, by the end, I felt like I could have done it. I could have kept going. I got used to those hours. I got used to the demand. It was unbelievable. And I am so grateful that you allowed me this opportunity to go off and do this. Yeah, this was rough. I haven't used my brain this hard since I was learning Braille. So it's been a minute. It's been like 20 years. But yeah, I took a lot out of this and I've learned so much. And I already feel like I have such a solid school district. There isn't a lot that I have to do. It's just fine pointing some things that I've been missing. And I've always been a big picture person. It's the little pieces that I sometimes miss. And as a secretary, that sounds a little scary. But I will say that I really learned that those little pieces, they matter in the big picture. And I have to look for those. I have to take the time to do that, and however that looks, but I have to do that on behalf of my members.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. Anybody else? Oh, good. All righty. We are going to move to 3.8, approval of minutes from the March 12th. Do we have to approve, Jen, each individual one or as a group? Okay, I can make a motion that we approve the minutes from the March 12th, 16th, May 4th, and May 13th meetings, unless somebody has one of those they want to pull out, or I guess just, that's my motion, that we approve the minutes from March 12th, April 16th, May 4th, and May 13th meeting. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Any discussion from anybody in the audience?
I do have one comment. I don't know that the May 13th minutes are posted in the agenda. At least they're not in the version that I'm seeing. So I just want to make sure that we vote properly. But I definitely second for the March 12th, April 16th, and May 4th. And maybe we can table the 13th until our next meeting and add that to that.
I thought that one was in there.
No.
Nope. Okay.
Okay, then let me amend, I'm going to amend my motion. We're going to scratch off May 13th. Approve the minutes from March 12th, April 16th, and the May 4th meetings.
And I'll second.
And Melanie seconds, so we have a first, second. Any comments from anybody in the audience? Nope, bringing it back. Trustees, any comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All righty, Jen, got them all. All righty, we are now going to, thank you, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back to consent items where Paul will take that on. I'm going to recuse myself of the consent items, and then I will jump back in at 5.1. All righty, take 5.
Does anyone have any items that need to be pulled? Seeing none. Any discussion on any of these items? Any public comment on any of these items? And this is 4-1 through 4-15. Seeing none, I will make a motion that we approve consent action items 4-1 through 4-15.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? All right. Oh, let him back in. Someone can let him back in.
I think I unlocked it.
Oh, okay, so he's locked out. I'll take over.
Okay, Brad, things are going really fast.
No slides. Not sure how that compares to last year. But I'm going to try to go a little slower because what I usually do is go through this really fast and then I have to take a big, deep breath after like the third slide because I've said all the things. Yeah, it is. I'm just not that good at talking into it. So, as I was saying, I'm going to do my best not to go super fast because that's what I always do. And then I have to take a deep breath because I say all my words all at once. So I'm going to do my best to, I don't know, just be better about it. So, usually I hit you with an overview of all of the things that we've done that are huge every year. Incidentally, this is a shot from a hot air balloon of Windsor. We are there. Tech office is way up there, and I managed to catch Cali. High school and some of the other ones didn't make my photo. Anyway, so usually I hit you with a bunch of big things, and that probably looks a lot like... Slide. Man, I had it all timed. What did I do?
Technology guy. Yeah.
That probably looks a lot like this to you. Just a huge list of a bunch of words and accomplishments. Can I take this off? That's easier. Okay. But instead of boring you with that, I'm going to take it closer to home. Slide. That's the tech yard. And that's a picture that Erica took one beautiful morning when we had a bunch of rainbows. I won't steal her other good shot, which had a bunch of buses in it. She'll use that for hers. But instead of giving you all of the words and whatnot, I'm going to talk about my team because I actually think the largest accomplishment of the tech team, slide, was the tech team. So what I'm seeing across the board is just more collaboration, more cross-training, and just generally more fun around the office. I think we're just after, so I'm starting my 7th summer now. This will be my 6th one of these. And I've known most of these people throughout the thing except with Link. Link is a little bit new, but he has made a home for himself. Let's see here. So I have a little bit to say about every single staff member, because again, I think this is the largest accomplishment of the team is the team itself. Tessa. So Tessa is bottom right here in the picture, and she's the glue that holds us together. She knows almost every single person in the entire district, and she knows intimate information about the specific incident when they come in. So she's able to sort of rapidly assign us the right person, and sort of help us prioritize. She knows where people are feeling, what people are feeling in their job at that moment. So whether or not it's the highest priority thing or the highest priority for the situation, she helps us figure that out. She truly cares about the people. David, he's my classified employee nomination of the year. Speaking of classified employee appreciation week, he's shown so much progress and amazing ability to sort of learn things. He's really digging into our systems for managing all of our computers and Chromebooks, and he's just learning new things every time. His calm and pleasant demeanor makes him a favorite at many sites. The middle school will say this often. Mario, he's just fun to work with. Endless knowledge of tech, history, I learned recently, cartology, geography, and Warhammer 40K. That is a game that he plays that I don't know anything else about other than the name. He's grown an amazing capacity over the last couple of years. He needed some work in taking things to the finish line. And by that, I mean, like, I got to a point where I can't figure out the next thing and I need to figure out the next thing. His ability to do that and learn from it and move forward has just really impressed me. By the way, Mario is upper left-hand corner. So the support team is David and Mario together. And I just want to say that watching those two work together makes me happy. I go in and watch them conversations and they're just laughing and learning from each other. And they're a fun couple of dudes to hang around, really. And I just really appreciate them. Link, he is right dead center in the middle on the bottom. Link is not brand new. He's into his third year now at this point, but he brings to the table a knowledge as if he's been here for much longer. He came from the corporate world, but he's quickly adapted, learning how to work in the education field, which I will say is different and took me some time as well. He's always coming up with clever problems, clever solves for problems that I didn't maybe even know existed. One thing he's working on right now that really impresses me, I can't say a lot about, but it's a dashboard, and the name for it uses the acronym WUSD. You could probably guess what the W is for. Paul is on my team and has been in the same-ish position as Link for some time. He has a mastery of sort of, well, maybe a better way of saying it is an intimate knowledge of how to do the technology stuff he does in this environment. And by that, if he were to be setting up something in Aries for maybe some access to a classroom platform or something else, he actually has the intimate knowledge needed to make the connection across ed team, teacher needs, and what we need as technology. And that's something that only you can get from being here. So Link and Paul are the systems team, and watching them work together is as interesting and fun as the rest, but watching them complement each other's strengths and learn off of each other, and one will start doing one thing and the other say, well, I'll take that piece of that project, and it's just great to watch them sort of learn and grow together. So rounding it out, Christina, she is kind of in her own department in our department. She touches all of us from sites to my department to the district office. I say here that it's the best hiring decision I can't take credit for. One of the things is when I came here, our data person who was doing Aries was on the way out, and I hired her. We interviewed multiple people, and every single person said, you got to take Christina, you got to take Christina, you got to take Christina, and boy, am I glad I did. Also, her and I get to talk about Below Deck and occasional Bravo shows, and we really relate on that level quite a lot. Slide. All right, so now I'm going to get into the actual stuff that we've done. So you guys probably remember approving the staff Macintosh and Windows lease for all staff last year. We bought in range of 500 computers, and over the last year, we've spent the time deploying them and giving to everybody. Everybody's now on a 4-year cycle. We've got sustainability moving forward and the known cost of what computers cost us for staff. We'll be working on students. And I think that's probably one of the other things that I'm super proud of, is that we were able to, through this, clean our inventory of old machines that were actually a little bit dangerous to our network as far as security and sustainability goes. At a point, Microsoft and Apple will stop supporting certain devices. At that point, you don't get more updates, i.e. no more security patches, and you've got dangerous stuff on your network. So it's not just that the new computers gave us what we needed to do our jobs, but the new computers also gave my team what we needed to do our job, which is secure our networks. Huge thing. A little bonus, we were able to sort of creatively reuse some of the newer of the older staff devices, if that's making sense, and to give them to certain programs like Lego Minecraft, I believe that was at the middle school, and sub devices. Subs kind of always got stuck with not a great computer or a like a Chromebook. Now we've got that. And of course, we've responsibly disposed of, and in some cases sold, some of those computers. Oh, next slide. All right, enhanced security. So I just talked a little bit about how we got security out of having new devices. That's great. That's the second bullet here. But we actually did a huge thing. Like one of the hugest things that I think I've ever done in this job was change everybody's password and institute two-factor authentication. That was a long road and pretty difficult, but I'm feeling so happy that we are leading the area in staff two-factor authentication, and the fact that we've also cleaned up and password, put a password policy on students. We're seeing, like last summer, this time, we saw phishing and spam go straight up because people's accounts were getting compromised. We're not seeing that anymore, and I couldn't be prouder of that. Let's see here. So security awareness training, I'm going to show you a slide about that here in a minute. We actually did some really cool training stuff so that staff were both aware of how to do technology in our district, but also how to maybe avoid some pitfalls. Investigation remediating, that's so part of some of the Google upgrades we did, we actually have some more tools to even go deeper when it comes to investigating certain things like spam or weird emails or bad drive files, all that kind of stuff. Slide. Capacity building. So this is, I'm actually quite proud of this. So every year I give new employees an orientation. I show them how to use stuff. I tell them about our policies. And I realize that, cool, if you're new, you know all this stuff. But if you're not new, or maybe we've changed it since the year ago that you learned it all. So I made a mandated training. And so now just like public school works when you're talking about pests or bloodborne pathogens or any of those mandated trainings, you now have to do a technology one. And there's a test at the end, and a lot of people did really well. Nobody answered a secret portal to adopt retired houseplants named Carl. But it's been sort of a great way to sort of remind, restate, and in some cases, tell them for the first time, how do we do stuff here? Yep, slide. Oh, actually, if you don't mind going back real quick, I did miss an important thing. Systems transitions. I've talked about internal documentation for years. We're doing great on that. And by the way, Link is amazing at making documentation that nobody has even asked for. So on my team, if there's a process that somebody did that is hard to do or needs to be memorized, Link writes it down and puts it inside of our ticket system. Back up to systems transitions. A couple of years ago, about 4 and change, we got new phone systems and new clock speakers and PA systems across the board. And with that, we got a 5-year managed services contract so that we could manage phone systems and clock speakers that we didn't previously have. Added work to my team. We have, I can pretty safely say that at this point, a year ahead of our contracts expiring, we're okay to assume that work. Which I think is a pretty big deal. Because these weren't things that yes, we managed a phone system, but we didn't manage a complex phone system like Zoom. We didn't manage the bells at all, or the clocks, or the PAs. That was maintenance. So to be able to say that we can take all of that on and not grow the team, I think is pretty huge, and I'm quite proud. Now, next slide. Cool. Staff deployment, the nuts and bolts of giving everybody a computer in a clean and organized manner. Sounds easy, but it is not by a long stretch. And I feel like we have, so another benefit of new computers is it gave us an opportunity to sort of redo how we do our deployment strategies and rethink how we manage all the computers. Real big deal. I talked a bit about Google Education Plus and some of the extra tools we got. So it's not only digital learning tools and tools for tech staff, but it sort of upgraded many of the things we already know. Let's see here, Vacata. We're expanding our use of Vacata cameras all over. Callie just got a gate key situation. So it's like imagine a very fancy Ring doorbell that you walk up to, but your phone already knows you. And you walk in, and because your phone's in your pocket, it lets you in if you are a staff who can do that. So it works with our alarm systems, our camera systems, and we're also investigating a new check-in and check-out system. So if I were a visitor or a contractor and I come into the room or come into your school, it scans my face, looks up several databases of, we'll call them weirdos for Pete's sake, and lets you know if they're okay. It prints you a little ID card, and if you use the Vacata one, it follows you around campus because it knows your face, which is a pretty cool feature. And of course, and I know it's kind of small in here, but the new preschool building, I'm showing you a beautiful picture of my network at the preschool building, which nobody cares about but me and Link. But there it is, beautifully wired. Chef's kiss to Link on that one. I don't think anybody I know likes a clean wiring situation. situation as much as me. I did see the.
It's the OCD.
Yeah, I did see your tripods. You know. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. Okay, this is collaboration. For years, we've been doing some work with HR and with Ed Services, but I'm seeing real progress in both places. So HR, one of the things that Paul is really leading at, these are great pictures of Pete. I couldn't find any of us actually in the meeting, but Pete doing that is just as good for me. So anyway, we have been trying to optimize, organize, and efficientize the on and offboarding of humans, mostly staff, because students are pretty much automated as it goes. But from them becoming interested, to them becoming employed, to them becoming an employee, through them changing from position A to position B, or site A to site C, we're handling all of these things using various HR databases, and we're making significant progress. That's about all I can say right now because I have no deliverable to show you. This is just something that happens in the background, but I'm telling you, it happens faster now than it used to. And Ed Services, been working with them for a while too. Recently, we've completed the tech considerations and student data privacy improvements. So it's just things that you got to do when you buy software that touch kids. Student data privacy is a sort of recent, I won't say recent, but in our world, a little bit recent requirement that we would like to sort of impose, which is, does the company and the district agree on how we will treat student data? Simply put, we have a standard boilerplate piece of document that we either give and they sign, or they provide their own, and it matches our words. And we're just starting to do that. And then tech considerations is just, I bought a new program. What does tech need to do to help me make it work? Simple. And then we're starting to do different things where we're starting to maybe say, maybe some programs need certain teachers to assign students and licenses instead of tech team. So we're really just sort of playing with who the best person is to do the different roles, all about efficiency, just like HR stuff. We want the students to be able to access the platform on day one, just like their teachers are expecting when they show up to class, and this just makes that faster and better. Fine. Ticketing. So here's the annual data of the ticket system. We closed 4,066 tickets, got to 99% SLA compliance, which is something like 2 days. We've improved times. You'll see here that most of our tickets are related to Chromebooks and the repairs of those. And with our new ticket system, we get to ask surveys. So it seems like only people who are nice make surveys since we have such good data, but that's the situation. Moving on.
Hey, Brad, can I jump in on that last slide real quick? So just to make sure you guys all understand, when a staff member has an issue technology-wise, they go into our Incident IQ system and submit a ticket. So over 4,000 tickets this last year. If you take 180 school days, it's over 20 tickets a day. Gives you an idea of how much they're processing. So when Brad talks about their team kind of building that capacity among them, being able to solve more issues, 4,000 tickets is a lot, just so you guys know.
Thank you. So here's my hilarious AI slide where we're all looking at the future. But that's what we're doing. And, honestly, this whole job is looking at the future. I'm telling you about things that we were talking about doing last year that now we did, and I'm doing it again. So student device sustainability, right? I talked a minute about staff computers and now how we have a known 4-year cycle. We have a known yearly cost. I'm working on that same problem for student devices. E-rate network refresh. Every 5 years, we get some money from the state and the FCC, actually feds and the FCC, to improve our network, our wiring, our equipment, and all of that. We are now in the second 5-year term of my term here. So we're about to be able to start improving on a 5-year cycle network year. Security systems expansion on the roadmap is getting better at alarms, getting better at cameras. Camera system we have now is in the range of 7 years old and showing it in some places. For new sites, you're going to find that those sites have brand new alarm systems, brand new cameras. So we'd like to try to make that in parity with the rest of the sites. And data center refresh has been on the roadmap for a long time, but I'm seeing a light at the end of that road right now, where we're moving in the right direction right now. Our servers are fairly old, and we're doing our very best to make a plan to get them, and I think we're really close. slide, which is the same picture I took at the beginning, but at the night of the ranch. By the way, I didn't tell you this is called the ranch. We call the tech office and the whole maintenance yard the ranch. I didn't come up with it. And that's it. Any questions?
Go ahead, Bill.
I don't have a question, but I just have a comment because I just want to say that your work is just incredible. I think I've been, just following what you do now for a few years that I've been here on the board. And it's been my experience and different jobs I've been in my time. The tech people are always like grumpusauruses. And you always have a smile on your face. You take on these really big problems, and you find solutions and you don't complain. It's just amazing. Especially, I know the whole multi-factor authentication was just like a bear to work with, but you did great.
I really appreciate that. That
Yeah.
honestly means
So
a lot.
I just want to say I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I had a question on cameras, and perhaps we can cover it because we can do a closed session for security issues. But I'd like to talk about an update with our our safety plan. And as we look at camera upgrades, because it sounds like 7 years their legacy, of integrating with our law enforcement and fire partners, other emergency responders, first responders, on how we can transition, for example, when we have a bomb threat evacuation of the high school. I'd be interested, again, not to know publicly, but was there even the capacity at that time or consideration to say, with 2 clicks of activating some interagency interoperability, can our responders get in to tap into our school cameras? Not that law enforcement is watching the school, but is that, and just would like to hear a follow-up on that. And again, I think a good bit of that may need to come in for, techniques and tactics that we use, but from a public safety or a safety plan, closed session brief. I know we had one some years ago after Uvalde shooting in Texas and whatnot. And I'd just be curious about how their capabilities and our capabilities in ensuring that there's, to the extent that it can be overlapped in those, knock on wood, horrible situations, we would need to do that. If you just put that in your basket of things to maybe look at, and with Pete as our safety person, just maybe we can tap that in for a half hour or something, getting in to talk about that security interface.
I would love to meet and get to talk to our new SRO and, me and JP knew each other well, and I'd love to continue that relationship with the new person. So, yeah.
Yeah, actually, there might be some grants. I normally don't think this way, but there actually might be some grants for cameras and things like that, upgrades and whatever, or some matching fund type stuff that, because I know that cameras are getting better and better, and they're getting cheaper and cheaper though at the same time. They're getting, because I have cameras at our places, my places, and we're going to be swapping some of those things out. And it's amazing what the new ones can do at a price that's less than what the one I paid for, what we paid for like 5 years ago. So anyhow, I want a couple things. One, Grumposaurus. That is a $5 word. I love it. Thank you. That describes so many people I know, even myself sometimes. So it's good. It's a classic. I'm going to use it, and like I invented it myself. But Brad,
start charging you.
There you go. Royalties. You're Mrs. Wonderful, right? But in all seriousness, our company, we got hacked. I think I've told you guys a few years ago, to where we had computers that were older and allowed the sneaky little brainiacs to get in and put little viruses in and contaminate our hard drives, and then encrypt it, and then hold us hostage for a lot of money. To which I basically, you guys know me, I kind of told them no in that Grumposaurus sort of way. in the dark web and the whole 9 yards, to where we had some data backed up, but they had encrypted that too, because they actually will get into your system and then start infecting it, and they'll wait 6, 8, 9, 10 months. So that way any of your backups are also corrupted. So even your backups. So we luckily had stuff that was 2 years old. So we have terabytes of data. Anyhow, at the end of the day, I ended up having to pay the ransom to get, and we only ended up getting about 95% of it back. There was still stuff that just would never get. So you really don't, and this took us 7 months to get this resolved. We had to change out over 30 bank accounts, credit cards, all the financial data, everything. They get in, they would call our office and pretend they were our bank. They knew everything, so they knew all the security codes, all the names. We were lucky that we didn't get cleaned out. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is, one, so people are aware of it. Two, so you guys as a school district understand you are one old computer that is not updated away from getting viruses in your system. I know you guys are way ahead of it than what we were at the time. And it just happened to catch us where our old IT person had gotten in an accident, passed away, and we hadn't got our newer person in yet. But it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. We weren't diligent, and it ended up costing us a ton to get our data back. So when teachers or anybody complains about the two-factor authentication, you tell them, you have no idea. That's the easiest thing you have to deal with. Keeping our stuff up, the 4,000, just so you guys know what the market is, the business world, 4,066 tickets. In the world that I'm in, that's $580,000 of costs. So if my company had 4,066 tickets, it's $125 per ticket for the first 15 minutes. After that, they bill you hourly. And they're the best price. So I'm just trying to let you guys know what the current world is. That's what it costs my company to take care of tickets. It's $125. They're the least expensive. And they have all the other stuff. So we have inset, we have all kinds of things. So we need to make sure that we have this as always a forefront of our focus, because you only have to be wrong one time and they wipe out your whole school district stuff. So anyhow, I appreciate you guys being diligent. Sometimes when everything's going smooth, everybody can kind of take their breath, kind of coast a little bit. And I'm not seeing any coasting at all. And I appreciate it. And on behalf of the board, I really do appreciate the wires all perfectly being, because when I look at stuff like that, I'm going like, somebody who paid attention to that detail isn't sloughing on the other details, right? And so somebody said it earlier, was it she that, who said it?
Oh, well, I was thinking about Gene, what the student said about Gene Sanduina, that he said, how you do anything is how you do everything.
There you go. Yep. That's it.
That was, I mean, I was going to comment on that too. That's just beautiful.
I have so many pictures of stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know where the
So we want you to know that we appreciate that artistry. That is good. But anyhow, I've said enough about it, other than you just, for the public at home that are watching, if they ever watch, that we recognize how important and critical this stuff is, that you do. And everybody thinks everything's going great until their computer all of a sudden doesn't work, and then you're a hero and needed and wanted and appreciated. But anyhow, also the wrestling tournament that we had, all new. We tried it going paperless. I'm scared because I don't want anything to go bad. I always want to make sure that people leave our town with the best impression of our stuff. And Brad, you specifically and some of your team members overseeing and making sure the implementation of having that program working in 3 different gyms and the dance room and everything going, it was way better than I hoped. And I love that you guys were thinking and going, hey, we can improve on this and this and this next time and stuff. And earlier as well, we'll give you a little more time. We just want to see how nimble you were. So anyhow,
I had a good time.
Much appreciation for the work that you guys do. Oftentimes the silent heroes, but thanks a lot.
Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Brad.
Next.
All righty. Moving on to 5.2, discussion WUSD new cell phone board policy. Superintendent Decker.
All right, this is actually pretty straightforward based on the direction we received last time from the board. So we have made the recommendation in policy to not allow students to use smartphones or other mobile communication devices while at a school site, TK through 8th grade. And at the high school, 9th through 12th grade, they may use them during breaks and lunch, but not during class. The majority of our time was spent really talking about how, not so much that we enforce it, because it was funny. You guys asked me to call some other districts and search around, right? So I called Cotati Roanoke Park and I talked to their superintendent and I said, so what did you guys do? She goes, it's pretty complicated. I said, what was it? She goes, we just told them to put them away and don't take them out. That's it. That's all you did. I'm looking at like fences around schools and all those just stupid things. And she said, we just told them to put away. I said, how long did it take you to transition? She said, a couple weeks. And kids kind of got it. We spent a lot of time on our behavior matrix, essentially saying what happens if students are not following the rules. And so we have 4 different levels. So after the first time a student takes the phone out, we confiscate it. It goes to the office. The student picks it up at the end of the day. Second time it happens, it's the same process, but the parent picks it up at the end of the day. Third time, this is where we had more discussion. So Callie had a policy where I think it was the rest of the trimester was the third time. And so we really were trying to be consistent at Callie's middle school and Windsor Middle School. And so we agreed that it's going to be 7 days where if it's your third offense, you take your phone, you essentially have to turn it in to the office. It stays there every day. You turn it in for 7 days. If it happens the 4th time, you're turning it into the office every single morning or leaving it at home for the rest of the trimester or the semester. So that's kind of the process. We did also talk about, do we want to have a grace period where we're teaching kids? I know in my board update, I had mentioned kind of like a 3 weeks to a month. That's not what our principals wanted. They said, we'll give them 2 days, right? We come back from school. There's Thursday and Friday, and starting that Monday, we start fresh. We don't want to have too much of a soft start on this. Is there anything I left out, Brian? No, I think that's most everything we really talked about together. But we'll have consistency between Callie and Windsor Middle School. The only difference is there are no demerits at Windsor Middle, and there are demerits at Callie that they just started this year. So that's the only difference between the 2 school sites.
I had a comment. So I want to say I read thoroughly through this policy and I really love it. I think that you did a fantastic job of capturing all of the concerns, that we had. My only question is, what would qualify as a student is allowed to hold on to their phone because they have a medical reason? What's an example of that?
So some of our students who have diabetes, they use their phones for the blood sugar monitoring. So that would be an example of it. Some of our students have anxiety. And so a doctor has said that they're allowed to have it, and that often gets written to a 504 or an IEP. That would be a reason to have it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was just curious about that, but I think fantastic job.
I also didn't mention smartwatches. I know that was a topic of conversation. Really, what we're saying is if you're keeping your smartwatch on and you're not using it, fine. But if you start to check your smartwatch during class or you're messing around in your smartwatch all day, then it's going to become an issue, and we're going to confiscate that as well. So same exact thing, 4 steps, same time frames. Really, don't make it an issue. We don't make it an issue.
I just want to say I really like this policy. I also read through it, and I think it's the right choice, and I'm proud that this is what you guys came up with.
Well, you came up with it, Miss Herman. So you guys did a great job of really advocating for the health of kids. I think that your opinion carried a lot of weight with us as well as the board. So good job on you.
True. You swayed me. I was not leaning to be that restrictive. But I got you guys, your input changed my mind. It got me leaning that way. And then I think the thing that put me over the line was somebody was saying something about there's a study about how scores improve by this, to which I said, that's it then. I'm so desperate for all of our kids to reach their potential and improve that if this gets us anything, improvement, then it's worth it. So I just want to say, I'm sure that this policy will need to be tweaked a little bit here and there. Nothing's perfect. This is all new for all of us. And as we learn and glean information, feedback from each campus and whatever, I'm sure there might be some modifications. Just like other policies that we're going to go over probably tonight, there's going to be, but this is a great place to start. And got a lot of respect for the admin. We're like, no, let's just cold turkey go for it. And it's going to be some weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth for a little bit, but
we'll get through it.
To your point, they'll get to it quick and get going. I hope I don't get my grandson in trouble, but he sent me a text and he goes, Grandpa, he goes, I hear their cell phone policy, there's going to be no phone. Is that true? And what gives you the right to be able to do that? So I got that opportunity to wax eloquently for a long text. And I explained to him civics about how we get elected, how we represent families. I gave him a thesaurus.
I'm sure that's what he was looking for.
To which he wrote back, wow. So he better get good on I guess he's doing a page or paper in school on it. But anyhow, so I'm really hopeful that that we have some really good positive things that come out of it all the way around. So that's about it.
And this is just discussion. We wanted to make sure you had because this is your first time seeing anything. So we want to make sure you had an opportunity to give us any other direction you wanted to give. And we'll bring it back as an action item next month if you don't have any changes.
If you could send any changes to Bill and Stephanie, we have our board policy subcommittee meeting coming up before the next board meeting.
On this topic, you mean?
If there are changes.
Oh, if there are?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So no more, we'll go to public comment right now. Thank you very much.
This idea, I really do, but I heard turn it into the right? So of course it's even on.
It doesn't seem like
it is, but it doesn't
So
seem
what I
like
heard was, let's take that to the office, right? So right away, I'm thinking of my people managing cell phones, possibly. So, I was trying to come up with some solutions. I don't know if there's going to be, or we can tweak this a bit, as you stated, waivers of liability that parents can sign, because I would just hate for, I don't want the phone calls from my members saying, I'm being told, I lost somebody's phone, or I scratched the phone, or it's broken. It wasn't broken when it was turned in. So I just want to keep my members safe, but, and not having that added responsibility on their plate when offices are just such a crazy place as it is. So we'll talk more, but I just kind of wanted to share that little bit of concern. I think it's a great idea. I love where you're going with all this. Just thinking of my people.
Yep, makes sense. Yep.
Real quick one. Did we consider AirPods?
Yeah.
In this
policy as well. There are no earpods.
at all?
No, not
Seeing
unless
they're
they're in an
automatically
IEP or
confiscated.
Yeah.
All righty. Any other comments? Sheila, thanks for coming. You know what? Do we, in each office, do we have a place where we can put a phone and it's locked?
It's usually in the principal's desk, but I mean,
So all the secondary, like Kelly, the middle school and the high school all have security offices. So yes, Sheila's absolutely right. We don't expect the school secretary when they're trying to get subs in classrooms and that they're going to be taking phones. That would be the job of the student advisors.
So it's not going to be in the principal's desk because I could see that desk all of a sudden all day long, just
it happens.
vibrating.
Yeah.
Phone calls all day long. Anyhow, I think you guys may need to refine where and how, and we might need to get some little lockers or something.
Yeah, and it wouldn't change the policy that's coming before you. It's
Just
really
a secure way to put whatever we need to. So, cool. Any other comments? Alrighty, thank you, everybody. Moving on to 5.3, update the Maddie Washburn Elementary Early Literacy and Intervention Update. Annette.
Okay, good. Good evening. This is the report you've all been waiting for, and I've actually been really excited to be presenting. I know, Paul, this is for you and you and you and you. Good evening. I'm Annette Zacconi. I'm your Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and I have invited Nicole Albini, our instructional coach at Maddie Washburn, to join me this evening to share with you an update. So as you read in the board item packet, during this school year, we implemented several changes at Maddie Washburn to strengthen student outcomes. We created designated intervention blocks in the master schedule for mathematics and literacy. We hired an instructional coach, Nicole Albini, and we increased staffing support through instructional assistants in every classroom. First and second received them, and they were extended in the kindergarten day to 5.5 hours, having 2 adults in the classroom. In October, you know this, that any kind of change requires intentionality, expectations and response for struggles and challenges, and we had a very large challenge in October when we had a change of site administration. And so Jeremy invited me to take on instructional leadership while he and Brian took on everything else that there was to take on. So I met with the leadership team at Maddie Washburn in October, and I initiated what we felt was the next step in the professional learning community process. So as you know, the process includes focusing on learning. How do we know students learned what we aimed to teach them? We also focus on collaborative culture, which is thriving at Maddie Washburn. We have a group of dedicated teachers who take very good care of each other and the students in their community. And the third big idea of PLCs is a results orientation. And in order for you to respond and have a results orientation as part of your school culture, you need data, you need information, and you need assessments that give you the information that you can use to shift instruction. So that was the first order of business in my work with Maddie Washburn. Can you click? Oh, I can click. So we're gonna address these 6 areas. The first is early literacy excellence. So the first thing I did was convene a meeting with leadership team members and one partner from their grade levels, and I guided them through a day of reflection on what assessments they currently use to assess all of the foundational skills and areas of literacy. So phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, writing, reading, comprehension. And so you can see in the first picture where we identified what each grade level had a different color sticky note, what they have currently in place to assess these things. And what we found, this process aimed at finding what we were using that is vetted, published, reliable, in terms of assessment, and what has been teacher created or purchased on their own to try to fill the gap if it wasn't in place at a school level. So going into this year, we have the universal screener, that's the That's the REN star. It's an early literacy assessment. It's 24 questions. It gives us a round view of how students are doing in literacy. What was missing and what we found and what the leadership understood and in their own process was that we had gaps in what we need to know about student growth and achievement. And so from there, Nicole and I, and mostly Nicole, did a ton of research on what assessments we could identify to use to tell us where kids were in their phonics development, in their fluency development. And we, over the course of about 6 weeks, which was only interrupted by Nicole being called to jury duty, we were able to identify assessments to put in place. And we took those to each grade level team, we released them. So in December, I released the leadership team and a partner that they brought. Beginning in January, February, and March, I released each of the other grade levels to bring them to the table to show them what we found and what we were proposing be implemented next school year to support what they need to know and understand about where their kids are. We took, and during that process, we also used the time to teach them the difference between a universal screener, an assessment that gives us benchmarks of where students should be at different points in the school year. So where, for example, a first grader should be in literacy development in October is different than in February, is different than in May. And so after a lot of brain work, we were able to get there. So the outcome was we have a Maddie Washburn assessment system matrix for literacy. And just as a side note, I aimed at literacy because that is the place where all learning begins. And I also knew that we would be adopting a new mathematics curriculum next school year, which I will be reporting out on in the next 2 board meetings. And because of that, I wanted to wait until we had that curriculum along with the assessments in it to then develop an assessment system for mathematics. So we started with literacy, and here's what we developed. So where assessments involved previously just the early literacy assessment, now it will include something called STAR CBM, which is curriculum-based measures. It's short, 60-second, one-on-one assessments that tells us important things about other areas of literacy, like fluency, phonemic awareness, phonics. And then we also have an assessment which we had different teachers or grade levels doing different phonics assessments. And the aim of this work is to have alignment between kinder through 2nd grade so that we're talking the same language. When we talk about where students are, we can talk between the grade levels and among an entire grade level. We're speaking the same language. And so we selected core phonics, which was already being implemented by several teachers at the school site. And to this date, everybody is being trained or has been trained along with our instructional aides so that they also can administer. I'm going to pass the baton to Ms. Nicole Albini because she has done a lot of work this year and she's here to celebrate where we've gotten to, and then I'll share where we're headed.
Okay, I'm Nicole Albini, like Annette said, and I'm the instructional coach at Maddie Washburn. So our main focus this year was to really focus on data-driven instruction. We wanted to improve our systems for collecting and analyzing student data. We wanted to be able to align the assessment and our instruction, and we really wanted to be able to use the data to guide real-time instructional decisions, guide our decisions on where we were going next in teaching. Our first data was our TK data. This was the first time our TK teachers, all TK classrooms, aligned and they implemented what was called the Hegarty assessment. And the Hegarty assessment measured the students' ability to hear, identify, and play with individual sounds and spoken words. The students were assessed in a 3-step scale: pre-developing, developing, and secure. and a secure score proved mastery, that the students were showing that the students would be fully prepared for kindergarten readiness. They progress monitored throughout from September to April, and they tracked their data the entire time. The growth across all TK classrooms, there was a clear and consistent growth from September to April in all the phonological awareness domains. Those consisted of blending and segmenting syllables, putting and taking apart syllables, putting and taking apart compound words, being able to identify initial sounds of a word, being able to identify ending sounds of a word. That's the basis. You have to have a phonological base before you become a reader. Here is our TK data. This is 2 classrooms starting in September and now in April. Green represents a secure rating. Clear, consistent growth. And here is the rest of the 4 classrooms. So super proud of our TK data and what they've been accomplishing, and they were going to continue working. The areas that show up of orange and yellow, tell the teacher, I need to target that, I need to work with those students. That data is driving their instruction. Moving on with my coaching and the impact it has, I want to talk a little bit before I get into the coaching about the simple view of reading, so you have an understanding. The simple view of reading is made up of 2 major components. Decoding, which consists of word recognition, fluency, your phonics. And it's made up of language comprehension, which is the comprehension, the vocabulary, the knowledge. You have to have both in order to have strong reading comprehension and produce strong readers. If one part is weak, the reading will break down. The instruction needs to be taught on both sides. It's like a math problem. 1 times 1 equals 1. If you have a 1 times a 0, you come out 0. If you have a 0 times a 1, you come out 0. They all have to work together. My coaching focused on the decoding. The language comprehension was focused in the classroom. So the first group of teachers I coached were the 2nd grade team, and we really focused on using the core phonics diagnostic assessment. The diagnostic assessment basically was administered to all 2nd graders, and it literally it showed where they were in their foundational skills. It literally dove in where we could see where their gaps and where their holes were. We piloted a walk to read model, and students were clustered in their targeted group. They moved to a different classroom 4 days a week for 30 minutes. The instruction was targeted and it was explicit. Through frequent progress monitoring cycles, we met as a team and looked at the data and used the data to drive our next 6 weeks of instruction. Here is the data for 2nd grade. It was based on the end of the 2nd grade benchmark. In October, this is where we started. Green being at grade level, red being obviously below grade level. May is our newest data. Made huge growth with using the assessment, diagnostically diving into what the students need, and using the data to drive the instruction. The next group of teachers I was working with was 1st grade, kindergarten, and some instructional assistants. Again, we focused on using that core phonics diagnostic assessment. I met with the teachers and I modeled how to write structured literacy lessons and how to deliver structured literacy lessons. The teachers watched me, and then I released it to them, and I watched them and I coached them through on how to do it. Throughout the process, they progress monitored, and we collected the data and met and evaluated the data, and then we knew where to go with their instruction the next 6 weeks. I also did it with their instructional assistants. I modeled for the instructional assistants how to teach a literacy lesson, how to write a literacy lesson. And then I worked with the instructional assistant in supporting them as they were delivering the lessons and as they were looking at the data. Here is 2 1st grade classrooms. that I worked with, again, the data is based at the end of a first grade. The first box, the top graph is a first grade classroom in October, and right underneath it is a first grade classroom in May. The next box, same thing, first grade classroom in October, and then the next classroom in May. Making huge growth when we're using targeted instruction and driving our instruction based on the data. Lastly, I just recently worked with the entire TK team, and I worked with them using the Orton-Gillingham primary sound deck, which basically introduced our TKers to letter names, letter sounds, and the rules that go along with letter names and sounds, giving them exposure before moving to kindergarten. I went into every TK classroom and modeled how to deliver the sound deck. The teachers watched, they videoed, and then when they were ready, I went in and supported them and provided them feedback. This is a little quote from a TK student. I had to include it. His mom reached out to me and told me that he told her that TH has a voice on and a voice off sound. And while playing Boggle, the family was complaining about QU being together on the tiles, and he chimed in, QU are together because they're best friends. All of this he is learning through the delivery of the sound deck. Along with coaching, I did professional development and staff growth. I provided PD to our instructional assistants. I trained our instructional assistants and our teachers in new assessments that we'll be using. I worked with teachers and instructional assistants on intervention strategies, working in small groups, and I made sure that my coaching was consistent. Some of the trainings that I provided were, the first one, I really wanted them to know what my role as a coach was and how I was there to support them. I taught the IAs and several teachers how to deliver the sound deck. I taught teachers and the instructional assistants how to use the core phonics so the IAs can support their teacher. Some from feedback from teachers, I worked with the IAs on knowing when to step in and support a student and when to step back and wait. And some feedback also from teachers was really working with the IAs and supporting them during their UFly instruction. The UFly instruction is the foundational program that our teachers are using, and it's a structured literacy lesson, and each lesson has components, and I really worked with the IAs on how to support their teacher throughout the entire lesson. And part of running the intervention groups was being able to implement games. So I worked with the IAs and showing them how to create intervention games based on foundational skills. And I'm going to pass it right on over to Annette.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Okay, so looking ahead, I'm going to take that. So looking ahead, here's where we're headed. We will continue to refine the literacy assessment system that we've built. Everybody's been trained on it. We have developed an assessment binder that has all of the instructions, scripts, all of the things that a teacher would need, and those will be checked out to teachers at the beginning of the year, retrieved at the end of the year, updated, and checked out again. And this ensures that whether you've been on the team for 10 years or you are a new teacher to the team, and we will see some transition and changes this year, that everyone has a very clear place to go for information about how to administer assessments and what assessments are expected and when they're expected. This is new to this site, so we expect that it will take some refining over the next year. Next year, we want to develop a comprehensive math assessment system. We want to continue to expand data-driven practices. We had an entire grade level that engaged with Nicole and some teachers in different grade levels. We want this to be scaled site-wide where every teacher is supported in using their data to inform what they're doing next. We want to strengthen the intervention effectiveness and create systems for long-term success. Here's what teachers are saying about what's going on at their school. And I'll let you read some, but I'd like to just note that Nicole is having a huge impact. She's the right person in the right seat on the right bus in the right moment for us to change the trajectory of students leaving Maddie Washburn headed to Brooks and being prepared to be ready to learn, because by third grade, we know the statistics and the outcomes for students change drastically if they're unable to read by third grade. Nicole stays up late. Nicole texts me on the weekend. Nicole is all in and deserves lots of accolades and a nice long summer break after the year she put in. Nicole has been wonderful and consistently coming into my classroom to support the implementation of the sound deck. Her guidance, modeling, and enthusiasm have made a meaningful impact on both my students and my instruction, and we are so grateful for the time and care she has invested in our classroom. Working with our instructional coach, Mrs. Albini, to introduce the primary sound deck has been a great experience, exclamation point. She modeled the routine, which set a clear guideline for me to follow that was engaging and developmentally appropriate for our youngest learners. She provided real-time feedback, which boosted my confidence and helped me fine-tune my teaching. In the short few weeks after having her guidance, I have noticed an increase in engagement during phonics instruction and a noticeable increase in letter sound recognition. Having a coach for in-the-moment guidance is a game changer. This is what we're working on. We're building strong systems. We're empowering our staff. We want to improve outcomes for all of our students. The Maddie leadership team has this motto: all Maddie students learn at high levels, and I have total confidence that we've hired the right administrators to take over next year, and that we are ready to hand off a solid literacy system for them to take forward. How's that, Paul?
I feel like giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you.
This is what I've been asking for. It's not just for me. It's for all board members. It's for all our students. I am so impressed with this presentation, and I'm so hopeful for the future for our young kids. Me too. I'm kind of blown away by the presentation, honestly. We'll go back to those pies for a minute. I want to look at those pies.
Okay.
Because we've been looking at some pretty ugly looking pies, and I want to look at these pies again. So these pies are what data? What was this assessment tool, or was it STAR?
This is the core phonics assessment.
Core phonics. Okay.
To guide our instruction in the Walk to Read model that I am the second grade team and myself piloted.
Okay.
This was 3 cycles. So this was start of cycle in late fall. After 6-7 weeks, they came back together. They reassessed all of their kids. They reshuffled groups. They went targeting again. And then they did another cycle, and they targeted again. And at the point that that we dissolved moving kids for that 30 minutes, they had already achieved over half of their kids at grade level, and they were ready to take it on. So, and IAs had been trained, and teachers felt much more confident in understanding the developmental stage of the phonics instruction. They became experts at it.
Are you, I was just wondering, do you have data on how this correlates to how they done on STAR?
Not yet, because we're just finishing administering that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be really interesting. This is wonderful. I love seeing green. I like green a lot.
And STAR is going to pull out the reading comprehension.
Okay.
The stuff that, the other part of the simple view of reading,
Right.
Scarborough's rope is the other part of the rope
Okay.
where that'll go back into the classroom. And teachers are working on that.
I'm really impressed. I can't express to you how much I've been waiting to see things like this coming our way. And you're right in that we have the right person for the job, definitely. I'm going to shout out for Nicole too. You're doing a great job.
I want to say I could not have done this without Annette, without Jeremy's faith in me.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it was the team of teachers.
Good.
Maddie. I'm not going to take credit for all of it. I had teachers that were willing to take a risk with me, that are willing to dive in with new way of teaching. And so I want to thank the Maddie teachers for doing this.
That is, what you said there kind of sparked something. Now, not all the teachers were involved with this study, correct?
Correct.
So I'm hoping that maybe when they see this is really working, maybe they'll jump on board too. That's the hope.
And we did celebrate and share that. So when we did, when we recognized Teacher of the Year, Classified of the Year, we recognized the second grade team for their achievements. And then we also recognized the impact of individual coaching that happened. So we are making sure to pause and celebrate the hard work that the teachers are doing and the shift in the outcome. And it's been really, it's not easy. Change is not easy for anybody. Being vulnerable and exposing your assessment scores is not easy, but they are doing it.
I just want to thank you, both of you, and your whole teams for the hard work.
I have a comment. So first of all, I just want to say that this work is incredible. I actually read through this whole thing that was in our attachments, and some of the activities that I really appreciated was, for example, mind mapping or doing these little maps, to dissect a math problem is one of the examples that I read. And also, doing the peer work, for example, the kids, getting together and actually solving problems together. I really love the idea of that. I thought it was interesting that there was a mention of somebody named Kate Kinsella's academic toolkit for grades 6th through 8th. Does that ring a bell?
Kate Kinsella rings a bell, but I'm curious where you're reading that.
This is attached in our packet for from our meeting agenda.
I'll have to go back and look at that. I don't recall attaching anything to the board item.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
Kate
'cause there was
Kinsella
this-
is a
there was
name
this-
that.
Yeah, there was this long, there was this very long attachment.
Okay.
It's about Kelly.
Oh, this is about Cali. So is this your next presentation?
No, I'm not presenting on Cali tonight, but Kate Kinsella has, some.
Okay, I think I'll save my comment then for the next, let's see, when is the Cali one? Is that the next one?
Next one after that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got confused, but, but really wonderful work. I guess maybe I will, just make my comment because I think I just have a general comment about, what I'm seeing. And then also what I was reading about Cali and the work that's being done there, because I think it applies to both situations. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is I think that, the collection of this data that you're presenting is really wonderful. And the thing that I think that we need to make more inroads in is having more multicultural books, that are read to the kids. And I wanted to share that I found this resource that I've emailed to Annette that's called Colorín Colorado. And it's a website that has lots of books and authors that are multicultural. So for example, there's a book that's called My Dad is a Farm Worker. That's by a Latino author. And then there's another book as an example that's called The Fearless Flights of Hazel Ying Lee. And it's about honoring Asian American women. So I really just wanted to make the point that I think that kids need to see themselves represented also in the books, that they're reading as they're learning to read. They need to see themselves represented because I remember when I was growing up, I, went to Cali when Cali, the first bilingual programs were being piloted. And even though I'm aging myself, I don't care. But I think that during that time when I was a kid and I was learning English, because Spanish is my native language, I really felt that there was a such thing as speaking English perfectly or writing English perfectly. And it wasn't until I got to college that I realized that there is no such thing as speaking English perfectly because English itself, it's a made up language that has borrowed lots of words from languages around the world, right? So it's this very imperfect language, but I had to have a rude awakening to understand that that you can't speak English perfectly or you can't write English perfectly, right? That's kind of a myth. And my rude awakening is when I was in college. It was in my second year of college, and I was invited to teach writing workshops in English for my peers, for college students. And I thought, what an honor, to be an immigrant kid who speaks English as a second language and to be at UC Berkeley, teaching writing workshops in English for my peers, right? And then my rude awakening was in my first week of that job, one of the students said, you know what, I do not know why they hired you. You do not speak English perfectly. To be in this position, they should have hired somebody that speaks far better than you do. And I remember I just cried and cried, and I was just having a meltdown. And my boss, who was this really amazing African-American woman, she said, I'm going to fix this right now. And she actually expelled that student from our program. And I didn't expect that. I didn't think she was going to do that. And then she was the one that first opened my eyes, and she said, you know what? There is no such thing as speaking English perfectly, because English is a made-up language. And we're all making it up as we go along because it has just borrowed so many words, and words change all the time, right? So I think that the thing that I was missing when I was a kid is I needed to see myself represented in the literature that I was reading. But because I didn't have that, I thought I was always working towards something that I was never going to obtain, right? So I just wanted to make a point that, this is why I'm on this board, and this is why I keep pushing for, more multicultural books, because I think that all of the kids that come to our school district, they need to see themselves represented in the literature. And I think that with this amazing work, I think that we can even go farther because they will be even far more engaged in seeing themselves represented. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Malinelli.
I was thinking the same thing when you were going through this. I was thinking, I just want to stand up and cheer. And then when Paul did, I'm like going, okay, it wasn't just in my own head. Now, he got to stand taller, but to Malinelli's point, yes, I have been a grumposaurus when it comes to the results that we've been getting over the last bunch of years. I can honestly say that this presentation has brought more joy to my heart in the last 7 years. It's what I've been waiting for. I mean, normally I like cherry pie, but I'm really digging the apple pie, right? I don't think they have banana pie, but oh yeah, banana cream. How could I have screwed that up? Hey, but right now, I want to go get some apple pie tomorrow just to celebrate what an incredible, dramatic improvement. Thank you. One of the things that Annette said was something about, I wish I could say it better, but the number of hours at night that you're thinking and dreaming and whatever. Though that kind of effort reminds me of the teachers that taught when I was in school. I know that they put in tons of time and personal time because it was something they just really believed in. And so I want you to know that, again, thank you isn't enough, but it's the best we have. And it's part of that cultural thing in our school district that can change. And I was thinking, all those kids, that big old green pie now, think of the cumulative effects of those kids each year, year in and year out, as they progress through our school system, right? Those kids, it's magnificent. And this is worth
all
it.
the tears.
So anyhow.
We had a few tears this year.
Yeah, well, and it takes time to get buy-in.
It's hard. Yeah.
It takes time to get buy-in from people that have done things a certain way for a certain time. All of us on the board, we all are used to doing things a certain way, right? And
Well,
when
yeah,
somebody,
and in defense of teachers, they are always seeking the best solutions for their students. And so really, I want to acknowledge, that Jeremy had a vision here, that we were going to get in there and support them as much as the budget would allow, right? And we did that. And we did it with a challenging shift of administration in October, and still we were able to say, we're staying on the road. We're not giving up. We're staying on the road. And Nicole's willingness to stay on the road with me, and I'm so proud of what the influence. You funded it, and she did it.
I want to make sure that what I said wasn't misinterpreted about teachers not doing something. That's not it at all. And if that's what if somebody heard that, that's not what I
Yeah, I
meant.
think I just always want to be super sensitive to especially this school site, these teachers, and, wanting to do the very best by kids, and assessment feeling like a harsh thing. This year, it hasn't been. This year, it has absolutely been like, we want to know. Second grade teachers didn't have to continue after they concluded Walk to Read. They made a decision that they wanted the information, and they administered the assessment. It wasn't required, but they did it.
And I think that's what I'm trying to refer to. Kind of like the cell phone policy, I thought a certain way. Through comments from Rebecca and some others, I was swayed and moved to a different position. And I think teachers, we're all the same. We have a certain position, and it sounds like Nicole has been able to sway some folks into maybe doing some things differently or looking at them differently. But however, and you build that new culture and that new way of thinking to where you're willing to try something new, because that trying something new, it's scary sometimes. It takes us out of our comfort zone, and whatever. And so for that reiteration of the culture of how we're doing things, I'm just looking at the results that our kids are yielding. And that's all, what I'm trying to make sure is that I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate everybody's willingness to be swayed or to be influenced or to try something different. And hopefully we can get even more momentum and continue that on. And I just, I'm very grateful for everybody's efforts, because at the end of the day, it's all about our littles. And they're the ones that are being the ones who are getting the rich reward mostly. So
Thank
so
you
thank
for
you.
saying that. I think what you've reiterated is that teachers are learners forever. And Nicole got right in there with them, rolled up her sleeves, and she was a learner right alongside them. She was a learner doing all the research we needed on different assessments to put in the assessment system. So you can't lead unless you're willing to get in it with your people, and she did that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that would like to say anything about this? All righty. Thank you both.
Say something real quick.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I did want to say something real quick. I think this is amazing. And I want to give you a goal to work towards, because we always have to keep going, right? So I just want to say, look, maybe it's not possible, but I always like to dream big. Could we try to get it green? Like, wouldn't it be cool to see if we can do the full key lime pie? And then I'll bring Rich a pie. So let's just see, let's just learn and see if it's possible. I don't know, but I think it's something to be curious about and see if it's something that we can do. So just throwing that out there. And I'm really proud of what you've done.
All righty. We are now trying to think. That was 5.3. Moving to 5.4. Consideration of approval of Common Sense Media as the district's approved review framework for instructional novel selection. Annette, here you go.
All right, no slide deck for this one. I don't know how to turn this off. Nope, wrong. There we go. Okay, so I know we've been in conversation for several months about how, is there a way for us to shift or alter slightly how we approve instructional novels? And because in the past, the board has to spend significant amount of time for single title approvals, and it can be a lot for one at a time approvals, teachers, and so we have recommended the use of Common Sense Media, which is a nationally recognized nonprofit organization that provides age-level recommendations for novels, offers some detailed content advisories to families and to educators. It does some analysis. It gives perspectives of different groups, parents and educators, and transparent summaries of sensitive topics. So while this will not encompass every possible novel, we do think that it could help to streamline somewhat the process. And so we are making the recommendation that this become part of our novel adoption process, and that should a book meet the criteria of age appropriateness on Common Sense Media, that it be not have to come before the board until it's listed in the SARC report, which will annually be reviewed and approved by the board. So rather than single title presentations, it would be a list of books, their connection to the Common Sense Media analysis, and it would come through the SARC approval every winter.
Thank you very much. I don't know that we need to spend a ton of time on this because I think it's kind of self-explanatory. I want to thank everybody involved in kind of doing the homework and working to get to this point. For me, it resolves a lot of tangential little issues, and that we still preserve the opt-out option for parents and students, and yet this assortment of learning material, it also, if you want to opt out, here's a whole cornucopia of things you can pick from. It's all good. Parents can look up whatever they want. It's got a full definition of everything. Teachers can go through it as well. It's just very open. It's a very open process. I like it. It's a starting point that I think is an excellent starting point. We might do some little tweaking along the way, and we won't know until things bubble up and you find down the road. But I think this is a really not a good first step. This is a good first half mile into this. I like it for the teachers. Now they can focus on preparing their lessons and whatever, because they know that, hey, here's that's books and here's the different things, and they can send it out, and it just saves a lot of time. But the people who are interested in a specific thing have all the resources to go and do that look and feel comfortable about something. Or if they don't feel comfortable, they can opt out and suggest, hey, I feel comfortable about this. And so the parents can do a little bit of the work themselves, and here's the standard by which everybody can do. So I appreciate the leadership of the admin team and all the teachers and just everybody that has worked to find a good solution on this, that I think is it's the right thing for our district at this time, and I'm grateful. So thank you for the efforts.
I think we do have some next steps, obviously, right? So this solves one of our, not solves, it gives us a starting point, like you said, but we still do need to work on diversifying our curriculum, making sure we have different perspectives that are within the readings that we're offering our students. I think to your point earlier, Malinali, I think we recognize, all of us recognize that that's work that needs to be done. And then we need to follow up with support for our teachers to make sure we can, teach those books effectively. So
Yeah, I mean, I did have a comment about this. First I want to say that I just want to acknowledge and honor the hard work of teachers, but also of Annette. I don't know how you're getting any sleep with all of these projects that you've been working on, but I do want to honor all the hard work that is going into this. And I feel very happy because I felt for a long time on our board that our, boat of multicultural literature had not left the dock even, like it hadn't budged at all. And I feel like, wow, like we finally left the dock, like we're actually doing the work, right? And we're going in a good direction. I do want to say that I think it's great that everyone is in agreement, right? That we need to have more multicultural literature. And I do feel that because I get the comments from teachers, from Annette, from everybody that we do need to do that. I don't think Common Sense Media is a great tool for that because I was doing a little bit of research. And for example, books that I would recommend in Chicano studies are not even on there. So there's no way to rate them. So we'd have to have some kind of process, in order to rate them. So I, was just thinking and brainstorming, to myself, like, well, what can we do? How do we rate books in a way, or how do we screen books in a way that we don't have to basically have a debate on the board, right? Every single time that we adopt a book. And what I was thinking is it would be really fantastic to have, even if it was a small working committee, where we actually had experts in the field of ethnic studies that were able to weigh in on, what's appropriate, but also appropriate by grade level, right? So I that's one of my suggestions that I have, is to have more of a community process where maybe we work with whether it's professors, that are on a committee that can give their opinions, or, consultants that are experts in ethnic studies, pedagogy, and education. I think that would be a better conversation, because for me, when I think about this this topic, I think about how can we do the best possible job to provide teachers with resources, so then they can take their creativity and adopt those books, to how they want to adopt them in their classroom, right? So that they could use their, ingenuity to adapt it to the curriculum that they want. Right. But I think that, for example, one of the points that I wanted to make is that there's a big difference between books that are diverse, which means you just have, many different authors maybe, and many different types of books with, different genres. There's a difference between that. And there's a big difference between ethnic studies, which is an actual field that has, very specific curriculum and epistemologies and like pedagogy. It's just a very specific field, right? So those two things are not the same thing. So I feel like that's why we need expertise, because I don't think we have in-house expertise right now on ethnic studies and what that really is, because it's really about the experiences of groups that have been historically marginalized in the United States and their culture and history, right? I think bringing that into the classroom is really what's needed. I think that our kids are really going to shine, because I just keep reading reports after reports about how when you see yourself represented in literature, it just engages you. It makes you want to study. It makes you want to do well and excel in school.
I appreciate what you're saying. My understanding of the group, and I pull on a brain anyhow, is that, when I checked into it, how do these books get whatever, right? People will send in to them, like if you have books that you think that they should have in there, you send them the books and they will do a review. And what it really is it's like a book report. It just says, here's the title, here's what it's about, here's the age appropriateness of it. And so that's how they're building their library of things that are approved. Correct. Is that they do reviews of it. So if we have, 5, 10, 20, 40 books that you think are really good books, we should send them to that group, and then they go ahead and they just go through it, and then they just say, hey, here is a title, here's the book, here's the information in it. And then and they just go through that process. So my hope is that we start building our library of things, and it comes from suggestions from folks like you who have a history of books that are good, and then the professors that you were talking about, and just people that have things that are good. So if a teacher even had a book and they're thinking, a couple years down the road, I'd like to teach this book, they can send it in to them and they'll do a review on it.
But my issue with Common Sense Media, besides the fact that they don't have a lot of ethnic studies books, is they don't also have resident experts in ethnic studies that review their books on their staff.
I don't know if they do or don't.
So just to put it in a way that you understand, Rich, it would be like if you send me, Malinali Lopez, to Taco Bell and you say, rate these tacos, and I'm Mexican, and Taco Bell obviously is going to be like very subpar to whatever I think a taco is, if that makes sense. Not to be mean.
Unfortunately, it does.
Yeah,
For those at home who don't understand, sometimes we've had really, really late board meetings, and the only thing open in Windsor was Taco Bell and
McDonald's.
And
Well, the later it gets at night, the better the quality of the Taco Bell becomes. For some reason, there's like a graph that we've studied. Yeah. But yeah.
This definitely doesn't solve all of our things, right? It makes it easier for teachers. If the book's on there, it's a lot easier process for teachers. We still have more work to do. I think we recognize
but I think finally we are making headway. So just as an example, I went and I researched, two of the books that I would teach at Sonoma State. So one of the books that I've taught before that's also appropriate for high school students is called You Sound Like a White Girl. So I taught this to my freshman class, I think about a year ago. And I looked it up, and obviously it's not there in Common Sense Media. So it's a very limited tool. And again, my fear is they don't have ethnic studies experts on their staff. So how would they possibly, give a good review if they don't have that expertise?
And that book will go through our traditional process that we've had in place for however long. Because it's not on Common Sense Media, it simply goes through the old process.
Yeah, so I that's where
But
I think
I see
it
your
would slow things
point,
down, I think.
that it can limit the teachers who may rely on Common Sense Media for the books. But I can share that the Windsor High School English department worked on a list of novels that they've submitted for adoption. I paused on bringing those until we were able to consider this, because it would automatically approve about half of the books that they're submitting, which means it would be half that I need to bring for you to consider. But they did look at the list that you suggested, and they selected many books from that, so.
And I think that's wonderful. I think also, once again, I have the teachers in mind, because I was thinking that even when they have the books, I do think that they would benefit from a workshop or a couple of workshops where they actually had experts, teach them about the nuances of ethnic studies and, how you would teach that, in a classroom, because it's not like you just read a book and all of a sudden you know how to teach it. That's not how that works. So you really need to have that background and that framework. So I recommend a couple of things. One thing I recommend is having, workshops for teachers where they can, benefit from learning. And the next thing is, having some sort of screening committee, before it comes to the board. So that way, we're not reviewing like 30 books.
Alrighty. Let me see is there anybody in the audience that has anything they would like to talk about on the subject? Okay. Jeremy, is this it's not an action item, is it, or is it?
No, it's a consideration of approval of using Common Sense Media. Because the reason is because we'd love to be able to adopt those books that Annette just talked about and only have half come.
I think Bill has a comment.
So this is for consideration of,
yes, sir,
for us to take a vote. I would make a motion that we approve Common Sense Media as presented by the staff.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion?
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to say yes on this, vote. But in parentheses, this is very, very far from being a good tool for this, just because it's going to be missing a lot of information from, books that are within the field of ethnic studies. It's just most likely not going to be there. So I feel like we need to find another solution for how do we address that.
Or we can reach out to Common Sense Media and schedule some type of conversation with them to see if they can also address this. So I think it sets us up to be able to have some conversations potentially and really find out what they do for this this area.
If Melanie, I don't know if I've asked this before, but and I think you've done a little bit of it. Sounds like. But if you could put, because you're teaching a lot of this stuff, some of it you teach at college levels, maybe not appropriate for certain age groups of our stewardship. But if you could put together a list of books that
she has for us.
Oh, you have?
She has, yeah, we have them.
Well, I just, okay,
Yeah.
making sure.
Yep.
And so I'd take that list and send it to them
Yeah.
too. So. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one other comment for Mr. Williams. Remind us, please, when is ethnic studies going to become a required course for graduation at the high school in California? Or is it?
Right now, it's not funded by the governor, and that was the requirement in the law that it has to be funded. We are exploring having the course anyways. Many high schools are doing that, just not as a graduation requirement. That would allow us to offer an appropriate amount of sections, which wouldn't mean that we would have to cut other electives to be able to provide it. So that's something that we're looking at now. What we really need, as Malinali has pointed out, is someone who has subject matter expertise. Because right now we have history teachers who could do the job, but they're not ethnic studies professionals. And so as people who are watching this board president right now, I'm getting hit up for jobs for people who just graduated. Mr. Sanduina's son's girlfriend is an ethnic studies major who would love to come teach ethnic studies for me, is what I've just been told on this text.
In all seriousness, as we would stand up that course, even if we would, as we have other things, pilot it before it's a mandate, an ethnic studies trained in however one gets to that point would be part of the recruiting for that, yeah?
Correct. So we've been talking with Sonoma State about the possibility of if they were, to send us, people that now have that expertise, but also if they would set up some kind of coursework where our current teachers could go and get that specific training. I think at the point that it does become required in California, there's going to be many, many high schools that are looking for those teachers that have that expertise. And it goes from being a history teacher that can't find a job to being a very sought after position. So I think there'd be a lot of history teachers who would be interested in pursuing that.
Thank you.
The other comment I wanted to make that you just reminded me of, Jeremy, is that Common Sense Media also doesn't review history books or social sciences. So there would be a big gap missing there as well. So it's very, very far from being a good tool for us, but I don't mind if we use it, but it will be very limited.
I understand, and I think we understand that. I think we're just trying to cut off as many as we can from the traditional process and make it easier on teachers and also the board, so we can spend our time focusing on the books that you've described.
And again, if you reach out to them and let them know this is what we're looking for, they would, as a business, I'm assuming they're a business, would expand their offerings.
They accept donations from what their website says, so yeah.
Now, if we're all good on this, it's just not a roll call vote.
No.
Okay, we have a motion by Bill and a second by myself. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All righty, motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Annette. All right, now we're moving on to 5.5. Consideration of approval of resolution 2026-27 classroom capacity limits for the purpose of granting or denying interdistricts. And this is by Brian Williams. This is our annual.
Correct. So this is just a routine approval. This is a roll call vote. This just allows us that while we love our interdistricts and we love people to come to our districts, some of our programs hit capacity. And this allows us to say that not necessarily that we're rejecting people from all of our district, but just certain programs.
Right. I'd like to make a motion that we pass this resolution.
I'll second.
Any discussion by the board? No. Okay. Anybody in the audience? All righty. Jen, can we have a roll call, please?
Rich Carnation,
Yes.
Paul Cagorno,
Yes.
Stephanie Amar.
Yes.
Malinali Lopez.
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yep.
Natalie Valdez.
Yes.
Rebecca Herman.
Yes.
All righty, that's the first one for Jen. Whoops, says sign. Nope, governing board, I think that's Jeremy. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to 5.6, consideration resolution to approve the charter for Cali Language Academy. This is by Brian, 5.6.
This is Cali's 5-year renewal.
Got it. Yep, okay. And I'd like to make a motion that we approve this resolution 2026-31. Is that correct, Brian? That's what I'm seeing on, I don't see it on here, but I see it on my resolution. All right. Yep, resolution 2026-21. Can I get a second?
Well, actually, I had
Oh.
some things that I wanted
No,
to say.
I know we're going to talk about after the,
Oh, after the,
yeah, you make a motion.
Well, I'll make a second. Go ahead.
All right, now for discussion. Go ahead.
oh, okay. I just had a couple of comments on this, and I just want to apologize because I was a little bit confused earlier about where this was on the agenda. But this is the Cali Charter. So a couple of comments that I had. One is a good thing because I was walking around Sonoma State, and I see one of our administrators, and he stops me and he says, "Oh, I just want you to know that Windsor Unified School District, your board is seen as a model around the county for the fact that, you just get along really well and, like really good things are coming out of Windsor." And I thought, oh, like what a wonderful compliment, right? Because people are taking notice, of the work that we do. And he said, in comparison to other school districts, I find what you're doing to be very innovative, which I thought, that's such a great compliment, right? So kudos to everybody. So with that said, I started thinking, because one of the comments that was made to me in that exchange is that I didn't know this, but Windsor High School graduates a lot more students that are going on to college than a lot of other high schools around the county. And I didn't know that. And the reason why I found that out is because if we had low level of graduates from the high school going on to college, then our students would qualify for our pre-collegiate programs, our TRIO programs, but we don't qualify because, we're doing a good job, right? We're doing a good job of sending kids off to college, right? So with that said, I was wondering, do we track the kids that are going from Cali to the high school who ultimately get that seal of biliteracy? And also if we track kids that go on to college by ethnic demographic?
We definitely track by ethnicity. In terms of your question about do we track how many students from Cali earn the seal of biliteracy? We know that every year, based on the kids that achieve it. The number one barrier right now is the SBAC, the CASP test, that stops them from getting the seal of biliteracy, because that's the other qualifying piece. And so as we continue to raise our achievement, our seal of biliteracy rates would go up, because that was my first wondering when I saw that how does CREO beat us in the seal of biliteracy when we have a full dual immersion feeding 100 and something kids every year. And that's the barrier right now.
Yeah, and I was wondering if we could add that to our dashboard, because I think that with time that is going to increase. And I think that would be a good solid point for a win for our district. I think that's a bragging point, in other words. So other than that, I was very impressed also by this document. I thought, I could just see the hard work that went into it, and just, the nuance in how it describes, the curriculum that happens at Cali. I think it's really, really well done. My only comment in terms of any kind of critique that I have is that the woman that I brought up earlier, Kate Kinsella, I did a little bit of research on her. And it looks like she's a very well-respected educator in terms of coming up with, strategies for English language learners. But I'm concerned with some of the language that she uses in her articles that she writes, because it seems a little bit racist to me, some of the things that she says. even though she seems to be successful. And she's mentioned in this document. So for example, here I find that she says, many students who are not succeeding in upper elementary, middle, and high school are young people who have had most or all of their formal schooling in this country and did not have the opportunity to develop literacy in their primary language. While these students may be able to converse comfortably about everyday topics in their home language, they do not have the linguistic resources to accomplish complex academic tasks in the language they speak at home. At the same time, they are hindered by impoverished academic language foundations in English. You know, I find that part of what we do as people that are innovative is I think that we need to also honor the contributions of our ELL students and the fact that, you know, for example, having Spanish as your native language brings a lot of richness. And I think for years, even before I came onto the board at Cali Calmecac, I think that that's always been the tradition, right? That Spanish speakers also contribute a lot and that they bring a lot of richness, you know, to our community. So I'm just concerned when I read, you know, language from educators like this person, because I feel like that goes against the tradition of what has been established at Cali. So I just want to make sure that we have awareness about that, right? That Spanish speakers, Latinos, Latinas, you know, that we bring a lot of cultural contributions besides the languages that we speak. So for example, the Dia de los Muertos celebration that's celebrated at Cali every year is a really good example of that. And I think that we just have to honor also the contributions that Latinos make, not just, I find that in literature, especially about teaching English language learners, they're always used as the example of, you know, things that go wrong, right? So I just feel that we need to be very good at also using Latinos as when things go right, right? So I just think that we need to highlight that. But other than that, I find this document to be very impressive.
Right. I can't remember. Bill, who made the motion to approve this?
You did in the second.
Okay.
Mitch,
Don't remember that.
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe
Yeah.
I did.
did you have a question?
What? No. I had my question was who made the motion. I didn't write it down, so I forgot.
Okay.
Me and Stephanie. Okay.
So I did, and I actually have looked through it because I have over the years fielded questions and concerns about the lottery system.
I'm really sorry, but it's past 9:45.
Oh.
So you should probably do make a motion to extend.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting till 10:15.
I'll second.
Do we have to, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 So on page 4 of the charter, it says that the policies of the district in California will apply except for alternative practices outlined in the charter. And I wanted to kind of get a sense of what the makeup of the students is at this charter school, because on page 24, it's very explicit. There's racial and ethnic balance requirements. And when we have, it talks about equitable access, that's diverse student population as a reflection of the community. And yet we have, as Mallory said, and I understand, I believe the pedagogical reasons to have language backgrounds that come from both Spanish and English. And the concern I've heard from Windsor residents, because the lottery to get in is siblings of current students first, Windsor residents, school district residents second, and then children of school employees. And I'm just curious in getting that demographic, which I understand has shifted a little bit over time. I don't know exactly how, but finding native Spanish speakers has been a challenge. And I've heard that from the principals, several principals over there. And maybe we don't get this today, but I'd be interested to find out what is the makeup of Cali of Windsor residents as opposed to interdistrict transfers? And is there pedagogical or demographic reasons that is likely to continue to shift, or should we consider stepping back and evaluating that? Because that is not, I think, something of the governing, the guiding coalition and the The governing council and the guiding coalition are the two bodies, both of which fall subordinate to this body, right? Except when we approve things in the charter, and then that sets the policy there. And I don't know that we've had a conversation about, well, what is the makeup of students there? It may be just perfect, but I know there are Windsor residents who have reflected frustration that they want to be on the lottery and they are told, no, you don't qualify, perhaps, because either siblings that may be from outside the district are there, or, although it says there's not quotas based on language being spoken, but yet language being spoken is somehow part of the makeup, I understand, for the bilingual program. So
No, so this updates language. That's no longer true. So this is an update to that. And in terms of the percentage of students that are inter-district, it's traditionally been about 25% of Cali's population.
Okay.
I mean, we can look it up, but that was a couple years ago. But it usually hovers around 25%.
I'd just be interested in, and is the reason to keep the language, the preferred pedagogical language ratio in place? Or, in fact, should we evaluate, no, perhaps this opportunity should have a priority for Windsor Unified School District residents?
So this charter lays out exactly how the lottery works.
I understand.
So language is not part of this charter.
Then how, if at all ever, do we track the importance of English native speakers and Spanish native speakers as the components of the student population?
An ideal bilingual,
I don't know.
an ideal bilingual school is going to have 40% native speakers, 40% English learners, and 10% who are usually bilingual. So that's always what we're hoping to have. And hopefully the lottery shows that is the makeup. That's what you're striving for.
But if we don't ask, how do we know? I mean, we used to ask, I think. I'm not trying to be difficult on it, but it goes to the diversity, which I think is a good thing. But now this key component of the pedagogical tool seems to not be part of when we do the lottery. So that we used to, I was told by principals before Lydia, look, we have to get so many additional out of district because there perhaps is not a sufficient native Spanish-speaking population inside of our district.
So Bill, two parts.
I was just going to say, I think you're raising a really good point, and I think we should follow up.
Okay.
And talk about it.
I would like to know. I don't know, and I didn't ask this question beforehand, but in reading this, I looked at thought, and I know that the language piece has become sensitive to the point of being illegal.
Yeah,
where
because
that was necessarily illegal. It was not necessarily illegal 25 years ago or 30 years ago when the school started, and yet I think I don't know. I mean, that's the question I would have because.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's like the whole pedagogy of how the program was historically structured. And then there's kind of these different requirements in the new charter. So there's probably a lot more work that needs to be done. And I would imagine, I bet they're even thinking about it at Cali about how to start doing it. So I think that's probably the place to start. And then we can provide guidance and support. Yep. Just my thoughts.
Alrighty, we have two more topics to go. Is there, yeah, but it's a resolution, so we have a motion, and a thing, we've had discussion, we're gonna have a roll call, and it sounds like down the road, we may have a little workshop or discussion about that as we get some more information. So, alrighty, Jen, can you?
Rich Carnation,
Yes.
Rebecca Herman,
Yes.
Natalie Valdez,
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yes.
Malinali Lopez,
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad,
Yes.
Paul Cagorno.
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you, everybody. Moving to 5.7, consideration of specification of election form resolution 2026-29. Jeremy.
So currently there are 3 board members whose seats are up December 17th, 2026. So we're required to provide specification of the election order in compliance with California Education Code. To that end, the resolution put before you is going to identify the date of the election, the purpose of the election, the names of the incumbents and their terms, all the information that goes into this. So this is required.
So is this something that Jim will fill out and then I sign later?
Well, yeah, she's going to have to put your terms when they're up, your names, yes.
I mean,
It'll be
I
submitted.
saw the form in our
The form just
packet,
isn't
but it
filled
wasn't
out yet.
filled out.
Correct.
Got it, okay. Pretty basic stuff.
Basic stuff.
I make a motion that we approve this resolution.
I'll second.
All righty, any discussion? Any discussion from the audience? Coming back, Jen, can we have a roll call, please?
Rich Carnation.
Yes?
Rebecca Herman.
Yes.
Natalie Valdez.
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yes.
Malinali Lopez.
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad.
Yes.
Paul Cagorno.
Yes.
All righty, with that, we're going to move on to, thank you, going to move on to 5.8, update discussion regarding Windsor Creek campus. I'm recusing myself and going to turn it over to Paul.
All right, this item will be presented by Mr. Decker, Superintendent Decker.
I'll wait for Rich to step out.
When he's out, when he's gone, when the door closes. He's got to come back and adjourn the meeting.
So really, this is kind of the report out of closed session. So I'm going to read what the report out is. The district has met with representatives from both Gallagher Community Housing and the town of Windsor for negotiations for the Windsor Creek property that's been made available for purchase by the district. Following these negotiations, the district has determined that it will continue negotiations with Gallagher Community Housing and terminate negotiations with the town of Windsor based on the merits of each offer. It should be noted that the offer made by the town of Windsor was significantly below the appraised value of the land and contained no affordable housing units. The district is obligated by law to give priority to entities that agree to use the site for affordable housing per Government Code 54222.5. Therefore, even if the district preferred to move forward with the town of Windsor, there is no legal pathway to do so based on the merits of their offer. So that's essentially where we landed. We held multiple meetings with both entities, and at the end of it, this is where we landed. So there's no action by you in this moment. It simply is stating that we're going to move forward and continue to negotiate with Gallagher Community Homes solely.
Okay, any discussion for the board?
Were those the only two responses to the window during the time for bids?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Open up for public comment.
I have a question. Was there an offer from the town of Windsor?
There was. It was far below the appraised value that we have for the land. And that's
in the ballpark of?
I'm not going to say that publicly. If you can direct me to obviously share these things, but I think that the town would probably like to keep that private as well. So out of respect for the town, I wouldn't disclose it, but I will say it's below appraised value. And by law, we can't accept an offer that's below the appraised value of the land, nor could we accept their offer because it contains no affordable housing units, and Gallagher Community Homes does.
I see. Okay, thank you.
All righty, I guess we are at the point of adjournment. Do I need to take a vote on that?
Yes.
Good, let's go. Meeting adjourned.
You need to do it.
Oh, we have to, okay, let's vote on it.
I make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you for
Oh, all right then.
No, that was good. Someone's like a Christmas present.